Okay, no problem.
Rosemary, it's a
Sounds
okay.
good. Councillor Weeb, can I do an audio check with you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Councillor DeGenova, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Rosemary. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, audio's good and video's good. Thank you. Mayor Stewart, over to you to start.
Thank you, Council. I'll be right with you. Great. Thanks very much, clerks. Good morning, Council. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, October 6th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meeting Regulation, and the Order of the Minister of Public Safety, M192. And as such, all councillors are participating by phone. Please note that if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until my connection is restored. If a councillor loses connection during the voting process, we'll get you back on as quickly as possible, but we'll suspend the voting process until you're back on. The live stream will continue with audio only, but presentations and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Council are also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum, so please make sure your video is enabled. Of course, we acknowledge we're on the unceded territories, traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for having cared for these lands and their generosity to all who live here. Also, we want to thank the staff who are working at breakneck speed here at the city, always, but especially to staff. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, are you on the line? Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kubiang.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, Council. So before I go to the plan for the day, I've been having a conversation with the clerk, and for item number 6, which I believe is the overdose prevention site, we have well over 100 speakers signed up for that item. And so there's no way that we'll be able to get through all of that today. So what I'm proposing is that we move that item to a reserve day, and we have October 6th is our next. October. Maybe the clerk can help me here. Just looking at the next reserve date, which is October 13th. We have our next reserve day. We have a council public hearing reserved from 3 till 10. However, with this number of speakers, it'll probably take the whole day. So what I would like is for somebody to move a motion to move this item to October 13th, starting at 9:30, and perhaps through the whole day till 10 o'clock to hear this item with these speakers.
So move.
Thank you.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yep. Once we get, so we have a move, and I believe seconded by Councillor
I'm on the
Fry.
queue, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the interruption. We're now we can debate this. So, Councillor Dejanova, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, it's a point of parliamentary procedure, so I would hope my clock wouldn't be running.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, should I put myself on the queue, or should I just call out moved for a motion? What is the proper process right now?
We always just do verbal moved and seconded.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll note that for in future. Just wondered, Mr. Mayor, would there be a chance? I'm thinking about the speakers list, and you had mentioned there's over.
Just going to start your clock, Councillor Dejanova. This is
No. It's a point of parliamentary procedure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of parliamentary procedure is the speakers who signed up to speak did so thinking that the meeting was today. I'm just wondering, I mean, if they're not able to speak on the 13th, is the speakers list going to remain open? Are we closing the speakers list if the meeting's on the 13th? I just wanted to know for a point of parliamentary procedure, as we don't usually do that. We usually go through the agenda in its order. Thank you.
I'll just ask the clerk here. I'm looking at a note here. The speakers list was closed at 8:30 today, Councillor Dejanova. So whoever's on the list now would be the ones that are eligible to speak to this item, and that's in the procedural bylaw.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to check with you to see now that the meeting's changed to October 13th.
We haven't changed it yet.
If your suggestion was moved and accepted, I'm just wondering if the speakers list would that reopen because it is on a different day now, or no?
Nope, I don't believe so.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to know that. Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have 5 minutes.
I have a point of information, point of clarification. And you mentioned the next reserve date is October 13th, but according to my calendar, the next reserve date is October 8th from 3 to 10 p.m. I'm wondering why we wouldn't have selected the earlier date.
Just going by the advice of the clerk, there were 2 days, actually, October 13th and October 21st were the 2 days that were suggested, and I went for the earlier day of October 13th.
Okay, is there an option to look at October 8th as the next reserve date?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think the reason we weren't recommending the 8th was there's a general sense that we might not get through the rest of the business today, so that the 8th would allow us to get through the rest of the unfinished business from today and leave the 13th for a full day to cover this. I think we've got over 100 speakers, so we were recognizing we're likely going to need a full day just to do that.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the clarification because I was asking in the spirit of trying to deal with the business as it comes up. So I know we have speakers to pretty much everything on this agenda.
Yeah, just to clarify, October 8th is the special council meeting day as well. So we kind of feel like there's going to be a fair amount going on that day, as it is.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions or debate? Okay. We'll do yeas and nays first, and if there's any nays, we'll go to recorded vote. So all in favor of moving this, say yay.
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 And opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. So we'll need a recorded vote, clerks. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up my panel here. Clerks, my voting panel doesn't seem to be working, so if you can put me in favor. Sorry, I'm just...
Mayor Stewart, we don't have Councillor Dominato register a vote yet. I don't believe she's on the call yet.
Okay.
She was missing during roll call, so I don't think she's joined the meeting yet.
Okay, so if you can just mark her as absent. And Council, that passes with Councillor Kirby-Young, Bly, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Thanks so much for that.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor. Does that meeting start at 9:30 a.m.?
9:30, yep.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Clerks, I'm having a little problem with my voting panel. I think it's due to the adjustment of the Creston Touch panel, so I'll need somebody to help me with that. But while I'm waiting for that, we'll go through the plan for the day. So the public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link, and to follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that forum will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. Today we have 2 presentations, 1 unfinished business item, 2 communication memos, 7 staff reports, 5 referral reports, if not adopted on consent. We have moved item 6 to October 13th to be dealt with starting at 9:30. We have 10 bylaws and 10 member motions. We have notice of council member motions and new business inquiries and other matters. So as usual, our plan for the day is to break at noon for lunch and in camera, and then we return at 3 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. Should we not complete the items listed on the agenda, the meeting will reconvene. And I have here Tuesday, October 13th at 3 p.m. clerks, but that has shifted, right?
Yes, Mayor, so that will be October 21st now.
Okay, so should we not complete the items on the agenda, the meeting will reconvene on Tuesday, October 21st. We must recess by 5 p.m. today as public hearing starts at 6 p.m.
Tuesday is the 20th.
Tuesday is the 20th, but it's the 21st, I think, is the reserve day. Is that correct, clerks?
Yes, Mayor, so it's Wednesday, October 21st at 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Right, so in camera, we're required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the charter are listed in the agenda. Someone would like to move the motion.
So moved, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you, seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
I'm on the queue for reported information, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you can just do those verbally, Councillor.
Okay, great,
But
thank you.
oh, well, actually, you can only do a point of information if we're in debate. So
We are, that it's been seconded, aren't we?
Moved and seconded on the in camera. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it was actually to the prior comment. It was a question regarding you saying that if we did not complete the business today, then we would move to the next date or the reserve date, the 21st. But again, my question is that there is another reserve date earlier than that on October 15th. So I'm just wondering why we wouldn't use October 15th. That's my point of information.
Right, more procedure, I think. But clerks, do you have a quick answer for that?
Yes, through the mayor. The October 15th date is currently reserved for standing committee for all the speakers under the motions.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not clear. It says that it's a multi-purpose reserve for council. So why would we not try to complete the business before the next council cycle? I'm not. Can I get clarification, please? I'm not clear.
So
Well, can we come back to you, Councillor Kirby-Young, about this? So we've, we'll get back to you about this, and if we have to make an adjustment to the agenda, I'll come back with a request for a motion to do so. So we'll give the clerk a little bit of time just to puzzle through the mountains of folks we have coming in to talk to the motions and trying to proceed with the business as efficiently as possible. So thanks for your intervention. So all in favor of going in camera, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Thanks. So that motion carries unanimously. We have 3 minutes to go through, council. So meeting minutes 1 are the minutes from the special council meeting of September 11th and 14th. Any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move adoption?
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second, Swanson.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the minutes of the council meeting of September 5th. Any corrections? Someone like to move?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. That carries unanimously as well. Motion minutes 3 are the minutes of the public hearing of September 15th. Any corrections? Someone like to move it?
Moved, Hardwick.
Thank you. Second.
DeGenova.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed nay. That carried unanimously too. So council, we're going to go now to matters adopted on consent. We'll now consider matters adopted on consent, and you'll just be patient with me as I go through the list here. We have communications 1 and 2. Note there was a correction in communication 1, and the term ending date should read December 31st, 2020, not December 31st, 2021. So that has been corrected, and now that's what we'd be voting on. So communications 1 and 2, reports 1, 3, 5, and 7, referral reports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are on the consent agenda for consideration. Just so you know, reports 2, 4, and 6 are held as we have speakers. I'm just going to check the panel here, see if anybody's on to hold an item. Sorry, I'm just having a little trouble with my panel here. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, please hold referral report number 5.
Referral report number 5. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else to hold on consent? I don't see anybody else on the queue, so anybody
Move the adoption of the consent item.
Thanks. I just have to legally ask if there's any conflict of interest. And if you do, please put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody on the list, so thank you, Councillor Carr. We have someone moving the adoption as seconder.
Kirby Young. Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. We'll do yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks, Council. I'm just going to read through the list of what we have approved into the record here. So we have Communication 1, the appointment of a council representative to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board. Item number 2, which is changes to the 2020 council meeting schedule. We have reports 1, new sublease for Community Legal Assistance Society. We have item 3, which is the Early Care and Learning Center on Princess Avenue. We have item number 5, which is funding application to Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program for the Sunset Seniors Centre Project. And we have item number 7, Vancouver Heritage Register Administrative Update. In terms of referral reports, we've referred CD1 rezoning on 24 East Broadway, CD1 rezoning on West 49th, the amendment to the regional context statement of the official development plan for Vernon Drive, and the rezoning for West 45th Avenue. And I believe that is it. Okay, Council, so thank you. Unless there's any other questions, I have Councillor Weeb on the list.
Yeah, I didn't recognize we're doing the referral reports. Referral report 1, I do have to declare a conflict as it is in proximity to interest of a business I have, as well as a former president of the Mount Pleasant BIA, it is within the region of the business district, and so it would have been one of the property owners I worked with.
Okay, just 1 second here, Councillor Weeb. I'll be right back to Council. Council, we're going to have to reconsider the vote in order to accommodate this this conflict of interest declaration. So can I have a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider, Fry.
Seconder?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. So, Council, we're going to do the consent agenda again, but noting this time Councillor Weeb's declaration of conflict on item number 1. So, all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thank you. Okay, so that's passed. Thanks very much. So, anybody else? Okay, thanks so much. So we're on to the presentations. We have 2 presentations today. First is Vancouver Plan Phase 1 report, and I think we're going to move to Gil Kelly to kick off that presentation, and then move to questions to staff. We'll follow up that.
Thank you.
With, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Kelly.
Thank you. And good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Gil Kelly, General Manager for Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, and leading a multi-departmental effort on the Vancouver Plan. Really happy today to bring you a very key milestone in the progress of developing this plan. Just making sure you can all hear me, first of all.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. And that is essentially the closeout of our Phase 1 and moving into Phase 2, and I'll describe those in a moment, and you'll hear more in the presentation about each of those. The next phase we're moving into as well. For the listening audience, I know Council's aware of this, the Vancouver Plan is a 3-year effort, community engaged, to develop a vision of what the city wants to become over the next several decades. And taking that desired future and accompanying that with really key choices, strategies, and actions that will deliver that desired future over time. So that's the primary intent of the Vancouver Plan. We, at Council's direction, we did a very intensive year 1 of the effort, which we call listening and learning phase. And that really engaged all parts of the community, including groups that are not often part of the civic dialogue, everything from youth to racialized and marginalized groups, as well as traditional voices in planning processes, as well as institutions and civic groups. In many cases, we tried to get sort of underneath the formality of those structures and really talk to everyday people and what were their hopes, their fears, their concerns, and their ideas for a better future. And so a lot of that is summarized in the report that's attached to your council report and available on the website, which is the engagement summary, Phase 1 engagement summary, a very, very rich document. Council has asked us recently whether there are any big surprises in there, and we'd have to say not big surprises, but a very, very rich fabric of community voices that are really speaking to those concerns and illuminating in some ways an affirming message of all the things that Council has been debating and is concerned around, whether that's affordable housing, whether that's climate change, whether that's quality of neighborhood life, whether it's the pressures on the city fiscally and delivering infrastructure and so forth. All of those are present. Concerns around homelessness and people really struggling. All of that is in that document, and we're only going to touch on that lightly today because it is really detailed out in the document, and you've heard some of that. Perhaps the new piece there is really, again, consulting and testing some of that out during the COVID phase, which we have found really just further deepened and reaffirmed many of those goals that we provided you an earlier briefing on midway through that listening and learning phase. Again, that will be talked about in the staff presentation coming up. So closing that phase out allows us to really move in to a more active phase of deliberating choices, new ideas, emerging best practices, really framing up things in terms of goals and actions. And so to that end, we have provided council today with what we're calling provisional goals. That is to say, you're not adopting the plan today, you're simply saying, distilling a lot of that community commentary and putting it into a forward-looking format. What kind of city do we want? We found that about 10 key themes or goals rose to the surface, and so you'll be hearing that today during the staff presentation as well. Again, these are provisional, so they're meant to be tested, tweaked, changed, and so forth as we go through the next year of community dialogue. Just want to make that point that these are, while they reflect a lot of what we've heard, they're not the plan yet. That plan will be developed over the next 2 years. The other piece I wanted to really highlight is that while a lot is intended through the Vancouver Plan scope of effort in terms of articulating long-term ideas and changes, we have a parallel stream of activity within the Vancouver Plan, which is we call action while planning. And there are a number of those pieces which Council has discussed and have been one way or another in your motions referred to Vancouver Plan or consultation along with the Vancouver Plan. So we'll be talking about that, but that is a place where some of the recent council motions and even motions over the past year could easily fit, particularly within the complete neighborhoods, neighborhood-based conversations coming up over the coming year. Finally, I just wanted to acknowledge that this is truly a multi-departmental effort, so there are representatives of other departments besides planning on the line here today and who have actively participated in bringing the plan this far, and they're very anxious to roll up their sleeves and get into this choice-making phase coming up. So just wanted to put that out there. So let's begin. I'm just going to highlight the actions here for you today and then turn it over to the staff for presentations. So again, today's purpose is to update Council on the outcomes of that engagement, and again, we'll do a high-level summary of those. Second, to seek your endorsement of these provisional, and I stress the word provisional, goals and key directions for further development as the planning continues. And just letting you know, I'd like your permission for us to continue to format those in ways that are most amenable for very individualized discussions that will be happening over the next year. So we'll use these as the key guiding lights, but have some latitude about amending them, about embellishing them, or formatting them. We also want to highlight the community recovery actions underway, and those will be tailed out and coming to you in a summary of community actions through the city manager's office as a community recovery plan, but we'll highlight some of those that are coming out of the Vancouver Plan discussion in particular, which I think are a great bulk of many of the actions you'll see later on in the city manager report. And then we want to outline the next steps for the engagement, which we'd love to see council involvement in. So next slide. So again, the actual recommendations for your actions today are to just receive the engagement summary of the past year's effort. Remember, we launched with your help in those launch activities in November of last year, and so here we are a little less than a year later, coming back to you having accomplished that phase. So we'd like you to receive the report that documents all of that work. We'd like you to endorse the provisional goals that will guide the next phase of work and help inform the development of the actual plan. And again, we'd like your permission to have some flexibility about how we format those for discussions and so forth. Again, they are not the plan. They are a guide to the next level of dialogue. And thirdly, to receive for information today the initial community recovery actions. And some of those are already in progress you know about. Others are coming to you. You'll be hearing about some of them in 2 weeks on the employment, land, and economy review and so forth and so on. Some are coming directly from participating departments, whether that's engineering or ACCS. But we wanted to just give you that list here today because that was a big part of the work during COVID. Frankly, it was a three-part sort of pivot, if you will, pivoting to virtual engagement, which is a big task, pivoting to thinking about recovery actions as part of the Vancouver plan, which was part of your instruction to us, and we happily accepted. And so this is a record of that second piece. And thirdly, we reduced the budget for the Vancouver plan, both in the current year and prospectively into next year's budget, which you'll be hearing about. And some of those savings accrued because of vacancies held, but a lot of it accrued because of the reduction in engagement around sort of the in-person engagement and big events. So we did substantially reduce the budget for the Vancouver plan along the way. So I'm going to, at this point, hand it over to staff who will do the rest of the presentation, and I will be here, of course, to answer questions. I want to just introduce the speakers so that we can just move seamlessly through that. So up next will be Susan Haid, Deputy Director of Planning for Long Range and Strategic Planning, followed by Karis Hebert, who's the Manager for the Vancouver Plan Initiative, Amanda Gibbs, who has been the Engagement Advisor for the Vancouver Plan, and then to Dear Bokanand, who serves as our Public Dialogue Team Lead, who will really be talking about the activities coming up in the next phase of work. So with that, let me just turn it over to Susan. And this will be about 30 minutes. We know we have a lot on your agenda today, Head Council, so we'll try to be quick and clear and concise. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Gil, and good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Susan Haid here. So I'm going to briefly provide a roadmap on where we are in the planning process and where we're going, and really highlight on how we've adapted and pivoted to the COVID-19 pandemic. Slide, please. Okay, so big picture, this is really our roadmap in terms of our planning process. You can see that there are 4 main phases to the planning process and 1 implementation phase. So really big picture, if we look down at phase 4, we're still on track, despite COVID, to deliver through community engagement to council the Vancouver plan in mid to Q3 of 2022. What has shifted is our implementation work, our more detailed implementation strategies, and our more detailed investment framework or investment strategies are going to be moved to after 2022. So just moving up in the diagram to phase 1, as Gil outlined, we're really pleased to be here today at the completion of phase 1, which was really our early listening and learning phase. So we're happy to be here to deliver to you our listening report, our provisional goals, and again, also emphasizing these are very much provisional to be brought forward for further consultation and really development. We're also in the report before you today, you have our early ideas on recovery actions as part of the city's recovery strategy. But really exciting ahead, and what Dear is going to highlight, is phase 2. So as we move into phase 2, the key activities that we're undertaking are including advancing community recovery actions. So really digging into what are those recovery actions that are linked to community recovery as part of the Vancouver plan process. We're going to be working on building future plausible scenarios for engagement. So that work will be happening this fall, and we'll be engaging with community later this year and early next year. Really importantly, and the provisional goals provide an excellent foundation to upcoming deep dive conversations that are really about what are the key issues and what are the ways we can work together to achieve these goals. So I think we're really finding, in terms of the process overall, this is really where the rubber is beginning to hit the road, and momentum is really going to gain as we move forward. So our reporting in phase 2 will include a January report on recovery actions. We'll have engagement on scenarios in January and February, a choices forum in May, and then really importantly, bringing you strategic directions in Q2 and Q3. So these are really the emerging policy directions and an early provisional spatial plan. And we've heard council really asking about the spatial plan or the high-level land use plan. The stages following this, phase 3, are really about preparing a draft plan, a draft city strategy by the end of 2021, and then working back and forth with community to bring that draft plan to a proposed plan in 2022. I just want to emphasize there's engagement throughout the process at the citywide level and also at the local level. Next, please. So the key deliverables of the plan. So council and community, you've seen this before. This is from our scoping report. But I just want to highlight the key aspects of our deliverables and also what's changed and what we've added. So the most important deliverable of the Vancouver Plan is the creation of one common vision to guide us to the future. The long-term future looking out at least to 2050 with key points along the way and looking out further as well. It's really interesting. The city of Vancouver is the only city in the region that does not have a citywide plan. We have many community plans, we have many citywide policies, we have many strategies, but we do not have one clear plan with one clear vision, and that's what this work is about. That's our number one goal. The elements of the plan include a policy framework with integrated policies, certainly around land use, but importantly, our social, our economic, our cultural and environmental policies. The plan will include what we're calling a structure plan or a high-level spatial plan. This won't be a zoning plan, but it'll really be the first time in decades that Vancouver has one spatial or high-level land use plan that looks at areas that are currently in the planning process and areas of future potential change, and areas really that, in terms of our green and blue network, that we need to ensure we enhance and preserve for future generations. Just briefly, other elements of the plan include a public investment framework, how we're really going to implement the big green, social, and green and gray infrastructure, and really all of the community benefits going forward, doing that with partners. And a key piece of the plan will be a metrics and monitoring system. The new piece, since we came to council last March, and we were here actually in June, but the new piece is the inclusion of community recovery actions. These are really the stepping stones, the shorter-term actions to long-term strategies, and we'll touch on those, and you have an appendices of those in your report. Next, please. So speaking of the city's recovery strategy, the Vancouver Plan is one of 7 main streams that is working in a very coordinated way on the city's recovery strategy. This is led through the city manager's office, through the deputy city manager, Karen Levitt. Vancouver Plan is focusing on community recovery actions. So these are linked very much to all of the themes and the initiatives that you see on the left-hand side of this slide. Gil mentioned earlier that we're working as a cross-departmental team throughout the city, and you can see that we're working closely with our colleagues in engineering, in arts, culture, community services, in parks, in finance, real estate, and really all of the departments. But our community recovery actions are really cutting into those key initiatives, and whether they're green and blue network, whether it is our employment, lands, and economy, and looking at what are those more immediate actions that we need to bring forward to really help community recover. Next slide, please. So Gil mentioned up front as well that we've had a really proactive response to COVID through our budget. And you'll see in the report that there's a significant reduction in our 2020 budget to the tune of $3.3 million. And Council is going through the budget process right now for 2021, but we are proposing, again, a significant reduction of about $1.5 million. We essentially, in reducing our budget, we've looked at ways of further redeploying staff across departments for greater efficiencies. We've completely pivoted our engagement strategy, and we've looked at other ways to really tighten our belt and working internally. We are essentially down to what we would call the bare bones. And to move the initiatives that you saw in the earlier slide forward, we really need this critical mass to keep going. Just lastly, before I hand it over to Amanda Gibbs, who's going to highlight the engagement summary and what we've heard, I just want to touch on really the key messages that we've been hearing during COVID. And these are probably no surprise, but certainly the issues, the big six that you'll hear about in a moment that we've been hearing since we kicked off the process and really for the last number of years are massively exacerbated by COVID. And so we're hearing those voices loudly. We're hearing very strongly in terms of the impacts of economic recession. So for example, from our small business community that we're working very closely with, from renters, landlords, nonprofits, and our more vulnerable communities. Really interesting during COVID, and I'm sure everyone who's here today is spending a heck of a lot more time at home and in their community and in their neighborhood. And we're hearing very strongly from communities about the importance of having neighborhoods where services are walkable, where we don't need to use our cars, and where we have access to green space. So this is really about the 5, the 10, the 15-minute neighborhood and ensuring that we have really robust, resilient neighborhoods going forward, which is really a key theme of the plan to begin with. So lastly, the last few months, we've done some fairly deep engagement with a variety of children and youth groups. And we have a whole bunch of materials that are available online for children and youth. But some of the voices that we've been hearing in that engagement really amplify the importance of addressing the climate emergency and really speak to some of the inequities that we are seeing in the city. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Amanda Gibbs.
Susan, and good morning, Mayor and Council. We have come to you at some key moments over the last year to update you on our progress, but we're going to do a sort of a roundup of all of our findings, inclusive of last November's launch, which you were part of, right through till August of this year. Next slide, please. So when we last really reported out to you fully, I believe it was March 11th, we were on the eve of an incredibly exciting period of engagement. We were going to be rolling out dialogues, in-person dialogues, in partnership with neighborhood houses, community centers, libraries, and a number of different partners, as well as a gathering of folks to come into Congress to talk about their concerns, ideas for the future. Sadly, as we know, the public health crisis really meant that we had to completely stop all of that work. And certainly we redeployed a number of our staff on our team, 5 in total, to help in the immediate Emergency Operations Center recovery period. But that being said, we took the time to reset, as Gil and Susan have said, and tried to both respectfully, really knowing that people were struggling during this time. So really trying to find ways to both be respectful while still reaching out to key communities. Next slide, please. So just overall, at a glance, and this is in much more detail both in the Appendix A report, in the Council report, as well as on our Vancouver Plan website, we have a very detailed sub-reports on all of the engagement, lists of who we've spoken to in our analysis, so I encourage you to have a look there. But overall, we have estimated 12,000 engagement touch points. The largest of those was our online survey and in-person community interviews, where we took 50,000 open-ended comments And working with consultants, qualitative analysis consultants and staff, we were able to code and really come up with a kind of a platform for dialogue and for understanding key themes. We did a lot of work, whether they were one-on-one with community groups, everything from community advocacy organizations, retired planners, members of community associations to the Board of Trade. We had many, many meetings, and those were all logged, and we really tried to listen as carefully as we could. Next slide, please. During the sort of post the pandemic period where we had to pivot, we really took advantage of the city's new digital engagement platform, Shape Your City. And at that point, we really started to reframe some of the listening around people's experiences of the pandemic and how that might shape their ideas for the future. So we had some really interesting engagement online where people were sharing their ideas, talking about what was important to them in this context. And then, as Susan said, because we really didn't listen, didn't hear as much from young people, particularly those under 20, as well as a number of other groups that have traditionally been underrepresented in civic engagement, we put a huge effort behind speaking to young people, whether it was online surveys, some creative ways of reaching out to them, and 5 very significant online and in-person workshops. Next slide, please. So just want to review what we're calling our 6 key challenges. Within these, and these are certainly not the only things we heard, but they really were the big deltas in terms of that huge sort of listening effort and analysis we did. These will come as no surprise to many of you. Certainly housing insecurity and rising unaffordability really dominated, as well as what we are articulating as visible public struggle, where people really looked at what they're seeing and what they're observing about the struggles of folks on the street, inclusive of things like addiction, homelessness, and mental health. Efficient transportation options, everything from traffic congestion to better active transportation options. People observed a lack of equity, of equality, of opportunity, and really worried about the vibrancy and the diversity that makes the city great, really eroding. Finally, eroding trust and confidence in local government. That was a huge category that was inclusive of everything from development processes to how we report back on engagement, our transparency, as well as communities feeling like they didn't have a way in to speak to us or to get heard. Next slide, please. We also really wanted to build and listen for what was positive, what people wanted more of, what they held dear, what gave them joy, what gave them hope for the future. So it'll come as no surprise that green spaces, natural spaces, access to water, access to urban forest was across all demographic groups that we listened to absolutely critical and a differentiator and something to preserve and love. Again, an opportunity, really addressing the opportunity gap. How could we increase opportunities for all? As Susan said, we really heard a lot about what the importance of public spaces and neighborhood level kind of community access as people's neighborhood relationships changed during COVID. So we really heard that in the post-pandemic period. And finally, people said the things that gave them joy were places to connect, places that allow them to connect with family, friends, and those are places that the city can provide and support, as well as sort of fostering policies that support that as well. Next slide. Finally, I just wanted to draw your attention to this was one of the workshops that we held with Kawasa Neighborhood House, and they invited young people from Strathcona, from Raycam, from a number of the different community centers, 50 young people who worked in groups of 10 outside and really told us, actually used this opportunity to bring notebooks to draw their ideas for the city. And these were really powerful and really a clarion reminder to us of how young people want to be more involved or have an appetite to be involved, and we're really working hard to include them as we go forward. I'm going to turn it over to Kara Siebert now.
Thanks, Amanda. So I'm going to just cover the provisional goals and key directions for the plan at this stage. So in drafting, next slide please. In drafting the provisional goals and directions for Vancouver Plan, we've endeavored to connect to the really key challenges that Amanda highlighted that we face in Vancouver, and also what is valued with aspirations for the future. These goals and key directions have been developed in this phase by listening to the well over 12,000 touch points that Amanda referenced, as well as an in-depth review of policy areas, as well as consideration of Council's priority policy areas. Next slide, please. As Amanda noted, we also had targeted dialogue feeding into the goals on the early drafts with advisory committees, with youth engagements and online dialogues during the COVID. We also work closely with directors and general managers throughout the organization to develop this set of provisional goals. So these goals and directions are essentially a foundation or goalpost to help us focus the community dialogues for their analysis of the goal and issue areas in the next phase, as well as advance policy directions for the plan. They will no doubt be refined as we move forward in planning. And today I'm just going to touch upon each of the provisional goals and directions, noting that in the Council report we expressed the essence of the goal, what we heard in the community dialogues that informed it, as well as what it means in more detail. So as Gil noted, there are no surprises in these provisional goals for the Vancouver plan. Rather, they really reinforce what we've been hearing through a number of city-wide processes. What is different is that we are pulling them all together to create one vision for Vancouver, one plan and strategy, versus many individual plans on specific goals to get us where we need to go. Through Vancouver Plan, we are articulating a clear vision that puts forward aspirations, choices, and strategies to become a city that, next slide, advances reconciliation through decolonization. We've heard about the painful and complicated path of dispossessing the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh of their lands and culture through the settlement and development of Vancouver, and how their resilience has sustained them. In advancing reconciliation through the Vancouver Plan, we aim to deconstruct, decolonize, and reset our policies through respectful government-to-government engagement with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh and urban Indigenous communities to ensure that they help shape this plan. We want to create a city of equitable, diverse, and inclusivity. This goal recognizes that we are not all starting from the same place, and that social and economic inequality is growing. If we want to create a city where we all can thrive, we need to center the voices of the communities that have been marginalized in past planning processes. This includes racialized communities, people with disabilities, low income, child and youth, seniors, newcomers, and refugees, two-spirited, and LGBTQ communities. A city that is sustainable and carbon neutral. For too long, we have put off the reckoning of our short-term thinking and the impacts for future generations and we've treated the environment as something to be used. This goal is not just about advancing sustainability, it's about achieving a sustainable city and a carbon neutral city before 2050 with 100% renewable energy. Through the policies that we will develop, we will reduce carbon emissions in our neighborhoods and businesses, create more complete connected communities, and forward policies to encourage active transportation, conserve water, and promote local food, green businesses, and enhance biodiversity. Ensures neighborhood safety, preparedness, and resiliency. Pandemics, extreme weather events, rising water levels are no longer hypothetical, but they're part of our lived experience. So this goal and direction really supports investing in approaches, programs, and services that better prepare us to bounce back from crises and support the safety and well-being of all residents. A city that develops affordable communities with diverse and secure housing. Businesses, residents, and workers are telling us that greater housing affordability is a fundamental need, and we need to consider new ideas. So Vancouver Plan is going to explore new directions to promote affordable housing and engage the public on that, working toward housing supply for working and middle-class households, in neighborhoods with supportive amenities, and also increasing affordable housing rental stock, as well as continued advocacy for low-income housing at senior levels of government. A city that supports a diverse and healthy economy. So this goal is about supporting economic recovery as well as a robust economy, which is essential to the well-being of Vancouverites and the region. Noting that supportive directions to enable an attractive, competitive environment need to be balanced with our social and environmental goals. A city that creates complete, connected, and culturally vibrant neighborhoods. The planning and engagement work ahead is going to unpack the challenge of making our neighborhoods more complete with a full range of amenities and services, more walkable and rollable. This goal is very connected to our aspirations for sustainability, as well as creating greater housing affordability. A city that reestablishes thriving urban natural systems. So we have lost most of our natural habitat through 100 years of development and lack of care for our ecosystems. We need to explore directions to repair our natural systems in our urban areas, not only in recognition of the joy that they bring us, but also in recognizing their critical functions like climate control for the well-being of communities. And we have much to learn from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations in this regard. A city that intentionally manages growth. So this goal really recognizes that we're not an island, and planning in a coordinated manner with our regional partners can help us tackle the major challenges that cross municipal boundaries, like climate change, the housing crisis, delivery of infrastructure, and help our economy. This goal is speaking to directions to plan with the broader frame in mind. And finally, a city that demonstrates transparency in decision-making and actively collaborates with partners. This goal and the directions underneath it recognize that we have to have a unifying conversation with the community at large in a way that builds trust in government and invites people and partners into the process of setting directions and helps us make the difficult decisions about priorities ahead. Showing transparency in the way that we work is one important way that we can do this. Another is building our partnerships at the local, regional, provincial, and federal level to deliver on our directions, as well as establish monitoring and evaluation efforts moving forward. So in sum, these goals and directions provide a great foundation to deepen the conversation with the public and focus our policy work ahead. Dear is now going to speak to some of the engagement dialogues that we have planned for the fall, as well as the policy work milestones.
Thank you, Karis. Good morning, everybody. The provisional goals which Karis just outlined start to lay out the vision for the type of city we, together with the public, are trying to create. The next phases of our public engagement, starting this fall, will dive deeper into each of the goals, centering them as themes for discussion and ideation towards actions. By asking and more clearly articulating what it would mean for the diverse communities and peoples who occupy this land to achieve the vision for the future that we want, as set out by the draft goals, we can then use this input gathered as benchmarks for discussing the implications and impacts of the plausible futures we might get through scenario planning next year, which then will help us assess the policy choices we need to make to get us there. In our upcoming discussions with public, specialists, and those with lived experiences, we will build off of the following key questions to frame the dialogue. What information do you need to discuss the goals and changes, such as relevant data, trends, drivers of change, stories, and lived experiences? Some of this key data staff will provide. And what are the new ideas, best practices, small or large, or old ideas done in different ways, which you'd like to offer that could advance these goals? And what are the important policy choices and trade-offs you see that need to be made to advance the goals, to be gathered now and tested later in the strategic directions phase? On to some upcoming activities this fall. Launching this month, there will be online materials with key questions for the public to consider about what the goals mean in our various communities. conversation kits, the ones we were ready to launch in March but didn't get to due to COVID, with updated questions to provide a way for family members or small social circles to safely discuss the goals and ideas for the future. We'll be piloting a community navigator program to engage underrepresented groups that encounter systemic barriers to civic participation. In partnership with neighborhood and community organizations, we will be resourcing and supporting community navigators who have lived and relevant cultural experiences to lead dialogue with their communities and connect with the Vancouver Plan process more directly. Next, please. In November, we will launch an online dialogue series co-hosted with community and institutional partners on how to tackle the goals. This will be a key opportunity for council and senior staff leadership involvement. The Complete Communities workshops will enable residents to participate in the future design of their neighborhoods and identify potential short-term actions to increase diversity and affordability, challenges in achieving those, as well as any city services that are required. And we will continue to work with our host nations, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, as well as the urban Indigenous communities, seeking guidance and providing support for them to lead engagement within their communities, as well as keep focus on children and youth through online programming and hopefully back in the classroom, and continue to build on recent collaborations to support community programs where possible. Next, please. So a bit more information on the Complete Communities workshops. This will be a series of online working sessions, some citywide, some locally focused, to workshop with residents how to create more inclusive, complete, and compact neighborhoods with a range of affordable housing options. Our plan is to use design and visual recording tools to bring these ideas to life. Ideas generated will provide an opportunity for potential quick start actions or pilot programs. Next, please. This slide shows the topics under development for the November online dialogue series, which are centered on the provisional goals. We are planning for each session to have diverse representation of speakers with reconciliation, equity, and resilience as cross-cutting themes. We welcome Council's involvement and input on these events, so please do get in touch with staff if you have any thoughts. This will be a great opportunity for your leadership in opening and closing the session and listening in on the community dialogue. Next, please. During this time, we will continue our background policy work in planning areas and on the structure plan, which will be directly informed by all engagement outputs from this fall. This month, we launched technical policy working groups formed by staff from across the departments, and we continue the important work of collaborating with our regional partners, agencies, and coordinating on regional initiatives. Next, please. We continue our technical spatial analysis, including things like mapping and modeling and early visualizations to better understand the way our city is currently working, to analyze policy gaps, and to later on support policy development. And next, please. So looking ahead to next year, we will move to exploring and discussing the implications of plausible future scenarios and testing policy directions in the face of those scenarios. The Choices Forum in the spring will be a key plan milestone that will invite the community to help us make tough choices and set strategic directions, as well as deliver a provisional structure plan for discussion in July 2021, and leading us to a draft city strategy in the last quarter of 2021. Thank you. I now pass it back to my Deputy Director.
Great. So just to complete the updates and the report that is before you today, just next slide, please, Catherine. Okay. So the report in Appendix B includes early community recovery actions. And this is very much an interim report that reflects community recovery actions that are underway and that are upcoming across the organization. Again, very much geared to community recovery actions. So you'll see, for example, some of the road reallocation, public realm enhancement projects, the provision of washrooms, washing stations in the downtown east side, the patios, the enhanced and increased patio permits, and a range of small business supports. And you'll hear explicitly about small business and employment supports in 2 weeks when we bring forward our upcoming report on the Employment Lands and Economy Review and some of the actions that can be implemented now to address the COVID response. There are a number of actions that we're working on in the pipeline. As I mentioned earlier, we will report back on these in January in coordination with the city's recovery strategy. But just a hint of the kinds of things we're working on. We're doing a deep dive and working on opportunities to increase social housing and partnerships and public realm enhancements in the downtown east side, to name one of the recovery action areas that we're working on currently. Next slide. So the last part of the report is really a framework and some criteria for action while planning. So we know that while we're preparing the Vancouver plan over the next 2.5 years, it's really important to be nimble and to be responsive to community needs, priorities, not only related to the pandemic, but related to those 6 key themes that Amanda highlighted in terms of our listening. We are very responsive to undertaking action while planning. So this really means looking at opportunities for implementing pilot projects as we go along that are aligned with the directions of the overall Vancouver plan. So you'll see in the report a number of criteria that really link to ensuring that we're achieving planning objectives, ensuring that we have things like utility provision, that proposals are financially viable, that they generally align with directions that are occurring through community engagement, and that they're very responsive to our current challenges around the housing crisis, the climate emergency, economic challenges, equity issues, and others. We think this is a really great way to entertain the motions of council that we're working on, for example, around housing options, missing middle options, and really aligning these with our Q2 reporting on strategic directions next year, and working as we go along to consider and propose these kind of pilot ideas. Last slide. In closing, we just want to come back to the recommendations before council today, which are essentially to receive all of this for information and to endorse the provisional goals as really a foundation for further work and development and consultation to advance strategic directions to bring to you at our next reporting in January. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Yeah, thank you. Anything else?
No, sorry, I was just going to say we're happy to entertain questions. We have planning staff here in the Broadway room, and we have a number of partners in the Vancouver plan online as well.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. And we've got a number of councillors with questions. Start with Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for this work, staff. I have just a few questions for now. And the first is I'm hoping you can speak in a bit more detail to the engagement that happened with equity-seeking groups, and if we have any demographic data on who we heard from that might be available, or specific outreach that happened to particularly cultural communities, non-English as a first language communities across the city.
Thank you. Amanda Gibbs is here to respond.
Thanks for the question, and through the chair. We have provided a very detailed report that you'll find on the website early today. But really, in brief, we did our best to, in the first phase, reach out to a number of audiences. We did some analysis of our early survey participation, and as is often the case, despite translation, we're not reaching those communities online. So as a result, we worked with an experienced organizer. I'd like to say thank you to Cass Ellis delegate, a team of outreach folks who went to a number of the communities that were underrepresented. So folks who were experiencing homelessness, folks who were living through addiction on the overdose prevention site. We went to the Ross Street Temple and spent 2 weekends in Langer with Punjabi-speaking staff. We worked with elder Cantonese-speaking communities through Strathcona, and even club kids at the Fortune Sound Club. So we really did our best to try to correct. And increasingly, we've done a number through our partners in ACCS, our colleagues. We are also connecting with a number of communities that have traditionally not been involved in city processes. So you'll see that outlined in our report, but we have really tried to do so. Over the COVID period, it was very challenging to reach some of these folks who are best reached one-on-one or in person, and that's going to be a huge challenge for us. As more engagement moves online, we are really needing to think very carefully how we reach folks who don't have access to digital resources. So we are trying to do that through existing community organizations, building on their relationships and their knowledge, and actually seeding their work to do that outreach.
Okay, thank you for that. And can you just clarify, there was a more detailed breakdown of the demographics and engagement on the Vancouver Plan website?
Yes, there's a sub-appendices report. It's about 70 pages, but we actually analyzed the survey responses against the StatsCan data. So we looked at where we're underrepresented, and it shows where we've tried to correct as much as possible for that. But we can always do better, and we're really trying to think about how to improve our processes and how to really think about equity and all as a lens on all of our work going forward.
Okay, great. I really appreciate hearing that, and I've heard some questions about an intersectional analysis on the report, so I will happily direct folks to that sub-appendix too. And just to clarify, I assume engagement with urban Indigenous communities is highlighted in that report as well. Is there anything specifically there that you could speak to?
Yeah, I think that in the first phase, we have really sought to build partners, work differently with urban Indigenous partners as well as with our host First Nations, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And to that end, we are trying to get out of the way. We are trying to work at the pace of trust and are building partnership agreements with MVAC, which is the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, where they are going to be leading the dialogue rather than having us lead. And additionally, those partnerships are now in place with the three nations, where we will be listening and learning and taking the lead from those nations as they lead engagement. But we certainly did connect with Indigenous-led organizations through the first phase, but have really wanted in the second phase to have that led by those organizations.
Okay, great. I have another question about quick start actions, or what we might hear back in terms of action while planning, but I see I'm out of time, so if it doesn't get asked, I'll ask for another round. Thank you for this presentation.
Thanks so much. I'm hoping Council can hear me. Just having problems with my computer. I'll move to Councillor Fry for 5 minutes.
And you're sounding fine, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And following up on some of Councillor Boyle's questions, I'm also curious around how we're reflecting intersectionality and sort of more diverse voices. And I'm wondering if, because I hadn't been aware of the subappendix either, I'm wondering about how we are doing the I think it's called synthesization of some of this data, if we're going to be able to get and see some of the sort of disaggregated data, so we can also inform how that's being reflected through the synthesization process. So specifically hearing from those sub-communities.
Thank you, Councillor Fry, through the chair. We have identified kind of our methodology. We really are trying not to treat the data that we have as quantitative data. It is qualitative data, but we have worked with expert researchers who work in a university and through an equity approach, and we're happy to share all of that. We're in fact happy to share our coding analysis with anyone who wants to see it, because we want to increase that transparency. But what we've done is created a theming approach, and then we've tried to build that into all of our work. So for instance, we started to theme and create codes for what we were hearing early on. And as conversations advanced, we kept iterating, taking the new themes we were hearing and building them back in. And also being able to adapt, because this is conversation and dialogue. It's not a randomized, this is not opinion research. This is a methodology that's frequently used in engagement and as a practice. And so, not to get too nerdy about it, but we have really tried to do our best with this and to be adaptive, to listen and lead. But the transparency is key, and we know that, and we are more than happy to share our coding, all the back end of this research with you. I will just say also that we have diverse inputs here, including we took a look back at the last 4 years of engagement summaries the cities participated in. We didn't want to lose all that work that's been happening, what people have been telling us. So we tried to take as comprehensive a view as possible, but happy to share all of that.
No, I appreciate that, and I know, and I appreciate the nerdiness, because I know how seriously you guys take this, and it would be nice to see some of that so we can, expand on the transparency and ensure that we are getting some of those disaggregated voices. Quickly, to just pivot onto the pandemic and how is that informing input and emergent trends and long range considerations in this? Are we seeing pivots since we started this process and now that we're in the pandemic and how that's impacting your work?
I think it's Susan. I'll begin and certainly can hand it over to Amanda. But we highlighted a few of the key themes that we're hearing during the pandemic. Not surprisingly, really, COVID revealing the cracks of the pandemic, and the 6 key themes that Amanda highlighted as really screaming very, very loudly. We are certainly hearing a lot about the importance of public space, public realm, and complete neighborhoods and live, work, and play. And so I think really, as far as the plan goes overall, the pandemic is a huge challenge. It's also an opportunity to really, I think, arc towards many of those long-term strategies that are already part of the public dialogue in a more expedited way. And so I think that's, again, where some of the actions while planning and the community recovery actions and bringing some of those concrete actions to council. And they may be things like zoning changes. You'll hear about just protection of zoning for corner stores in the Employment Lands and Economy Review report in 2 weeks, for example. But they're very aligned with where we're going in the Vancouver plan, and I think we think of them as opportunities in terms of what we're hearing. And we'll keep listening as we go, because it is very much, this pandemic is obviously going to be ongoing for some time.
Just 15 seconds.
That's good for me, unless Ms. Gibbs had anything she wanted to add.
All I'll say is that we're really trying to do our best to reconnect to communities that have experienced marginalization. We're really depending on existing relationships and working with the council advisory committees who have those, the advisors to council have those relationships. So really trying to ensure that we're connecting to community through them.
Thanks.
Thanks, Council. I'm going to move on to Councillor Hardwick. Just to let the clerk know, the computer problem I was having was that my puppy snuck in and unplugged my computer. So I think I'm okay now. Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. And I would like to start with the discussion around the provisional goals. My first question is, how did you select the order of 1 through 10 in terms of those priority goals?
This is Susan Hayes. There's no explicit ranking in the goals, and re-emphasizing their provisional for discussion and consultation. We did find that there's some general groupings in the first four relating to fundamental values that we heard. The next four relating to aspirations on desired futures of what we would like to see. And the last two linking a little bit more to implementation, working with partners, transparency and governance, and regional alignment. But again, those goals can be really put in any order as we move forward and plan, and we may see more goals.
Well, I would suggest that order matters. So I would like to discuss that more, because I juxtapose that with the 6 areas of concern that were highlighted: housing insecurity, rising unaffordability, public struggles, transportation, etc. What I hear out there is the most significant goal and objective for people is affordability and the ability to stay living in this city. So I wondered if you considered reprioritizing, or did you consider that in your prioritization of the provisional goals? It seems to me that would be a logical alignment.
Yeah, we did not prioritize. We certainly hear loudly of affordability and housing affordability in particular as really the key issues that are faced. And I think, again, we're happy as we go forward to gain feedback and advance and develop those goals and reorder them. There are some elements all I was going to say was there are some elements like equity, for example, resiliency, which cross-cut, and a number of others which cross-cut all of the goals. So there's a relationship that way as well.
I noted a comment by one of the speakers that of we and the public. I'm wondering about what I've noted in this report is that it has been heavy on the special interest groups and light on the general residents, inhabitants of our city. Are you not concerned that you're putting the cart before the horse by putting the special interest groups' provisional goals ahead of those of the general public?
Through the chair, one of the things, again, we don't want to overplay the data that we've collected. However, what we did here is that across the city, across all postal codes, and we actually have a map, we're happy to share this again, to honor transparency, that in every postal code across the city, people said their lives are getting worse. So we have got a good read on where people are coming from, and we did hear that housing displacement, affordability are creating trauma for people across the city, whether their children have to leave or whether they're facing the insecurity of housing.
Right. So, I'm running out of time, Amanda, so that didn't really get my question. Mr. Mayor, I know there's speakers to this. Would this be a time to be moving the motion, or should we wait till after speakers, and would there be an opportunity for another round of questions? Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Hardwick, sorry, just getting off the mute there. Yeah, you can move for a second round of questions anytime you like. So we're still in the question period. So if you were going to
And since there's speakers, would we move the motion now or wait until after speakers?
It's your
then put me on the bottom of the queue, please, because I'd like to move the motion.
Okay. And you can, but this would be the time to ask for a second round of questions if you want.
I'd like to ask for a second round of questions, too. Councillor Boyle already suggested that
so
as
have
well.
we got a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Kirby. Councillor Donato.
Okay, so our second round of questions, and so we do yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, your time's out on this round, but once we get through, you'll be able to go back on for the next round. Over to Councillor Carr for up to 5 minutes.
Great.
Thank you so much. I'll just pick up questioning where I think Councillor Hardwick left off. I found it interesting, her statement about reaching out to, I can't remember if she used the term special interest groups or, but anyway, people who are not normally involved, and was that at the expense of reaching out to regular residents? Are all these people that you reached out to residents of the city? I can't hear anyone here.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
With respect to the survey, when we looked at the demographics of who participated, I would say the majority currently live or work in Vancouver. Some of them who don't live here live in nearby municipalities, but spend time in Vancouver either for work or recreation.
Okay. And in terms of the reaching out specifically to groups that are not normally involved, the youth, Indigenous peoples, equity-seeking groups that you've mentioned, did you actually at the same time reach out to neighborhood associations or neighborhood-based groups?
Yes, this is Susan. In the early phases of phase one, we had approximately 100 what we called activator circle groups, which were really very all sizes and types of gatherings, where we reached out to community associations. We did actually go to them, to one of their Council of Community Associations groups, such as the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods, really a number of both professional stakeholders, community groups, and really a wide range of voices in those 100 activator circles. During the COVID period, we were more restricted. We did reach out again to our Council of City Advisory Committees. We had done that at the onset, I think in December of last year, then again in August. But we're happy to provide that full listing to Council as well.
That's great. Yeah, I would appreciate that. And I noticed that in the one of the appendices you talked about, I think it was neighborhood houses, and I gather that those were, I don't know if those were activator circles or you just reached out to them to actually get involved.
Yes, thank you. We did both in-person, sort of on-the-street surveys with some of the neighborhood houses. We went to neighborhood houses, and actually the Navigator program that Deer highlighted in phase 2 is very much directly linked with the neighborhood houses.
Great. Okay. We as council have been receiving various emails and messages from residents, including people who've come to speak to council meetings, calling for neighborhood-based planning. So I'm wondering what neighborhood-based planning means to you as staff, and what you think it means to the residents who are raising this issue.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. This is Gil Kelly. You know, this is a citywide plan, a long-term citywide strategy. That being said, and so the focus here is primarily on strategic directions and big moves, but because Vancouver is a city of neighborhoods, we think a grounding of those larger issues in the life of neighborhoods and directions for the improvement of neighborhood life, the continued high quality of life, and access to those public goods, if you will, for all residents is really important. And so in the next phase, you'll remember highlighted in the presentation was the sort of complete neighborhoods, complete communities focused dialogue. And that's where I think we really begin to animate the choices at the neighborhood scale that will inform many of those larger citywide choices.
And what was that planning process? What does neighborhood planning or neighborhood-based planning mean to you, Mr. Kelly?
Just 10 seconds left here.
Yeah, well, neighborhood planning, Vancouver has a rich history of in local plans. What we're trying to do is do a broader reach now citywide, and so having a neighborhood-based planning in that context, I believe, meaning engaging neighborhoods in the larger questions of the future of Vancouver, and then how that lands back in neighborhoods, particularly within the complete neighborhood sort of conceptual framework.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Swanson for this first round, with the second round coming up.
Yeah, thanks for this report. I'm impressed by the 6 key challenges, and I'm impressed by the way you have tried to reach out to the equity-seeking groups. And I'm impressed by the idea of framing neighborhood planning in terms of working for complete communities as part of a citywide whole. But I'm worried about the goals as being too general. It seems like if you look at say housing, and you have a goal here that includes housing, which is number 5, but it doesn't really deal with the specificity that were in the 6 key challenges, for example. It doesn't deal with homelessness. It doesn't deal with specifically with affordable housing. It doesn't deal with people struggling on the street, which are all kind of related to housing. And what I'm wondering is, how can you make the goals more specific to the groups so transit, for example, it needs to be, we need to have good transit, but what's good for one person may not be good for another person. One person may need buses, one person may need a bike. And when you generalize and come up with like these 10 goals, you eliminate actually what we need for that specific group. Am I making any sense?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I think that's a really great question, and it's really what the next stage of planning is all about. So if we think of these 10 provisional goals as kind of umbrellas and really key theme areas within the plan, within and underneath each of those goals, there's a number of really specific key issues and key strategies and policies that will need to be developed. So all of the points that you raised are excellent in terms of specificity around affordable housing, delivery of transit, and how that is achieving the larger goals is the intent of the dialogues in the next stage of planning. And we do have lots of analysis and data. There's a reference guide posted online, but as we move into phase 2, we will provide issue guides and really cutting into very much those pieces you're talking about.
Okay. Did you, has our new equity and inclusion officer been involved in this? And have we thought of things like, what do women think of the transit system? Do working class and poor women complain about bike lanes, or do they want, free fares, this kind of thing?
This is Dear Bokanen. The first part of your question about involving our new Chief Equity Officer, Aftab Irfan. Yes, she is very early on in her role and has already been involved in sitting in on some of our policy working group plenary sessions, and I have mentioned to her that we'd like her to participate in some of the upcoming engagement this fall. So we look forward to working with Aftab more closely on this as well. Sorry, can you repeat your second part of the question again?
Well, I'm just thinking it would be important in this plan to have, instead of saying, like everybody needs good transit, needs to be able to get around nicely, to be able to say how does transit affect women? How does transit affect people of color? How does transit affect Indigenous people? Are bikes as important to each group, or is one form of transit more important to another group? What about throwing poverty into the mix? That kind of thing. So that when we come up with solutions, instead of just coming up with something like saying, oh, we need great transit, we actually deal with the specific problems of each group.
Yes, and we have some of those comments that we, that you can see in our detailed report where we do highlight on a more intersectional or demographic basis the groups of people and what kind of things they've shared with us that do get more at the differences between people with different types of lived experiences, and definitely we'd like to be very more clear as we engage and move forward in the next phases. For instance, through our community advocate.
We're well over the 5, so I'm going to have to stop you there. It seemed like a bit of a natural break. We're just clearing things up here, Council, in terms of first and second rounds. So for first round, I believe we have Councillor Dejanova for up to 5 minutes, and the clerks are going to change the queue around, so don't worry about that.
Mayor Stewart, Councillor Dominato is next, followed by Kirby Young. Yeah.
Okay, great. So Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to staff for the update. You have an enormous task. I thought, consulting the 60 school districts and 400 independent schools was hard. I think you have a much tougher job. So kudos for the work you've been doing. 2 questions. One is around what can we anticipate in seeing in terms of granularity, both as council but also the public? Because I think what happens, at least what I see coming to us often, both in the public hearing conversations, but also in other discourse, is around that land use regulation, the zoning, what's permitted, how do we enable innovation, how do we flex and pivot, how do we give some people a sense of neighborhood planning, and there's a lot of tension around this. So what can we see and anticipate to see? When will we see that? And then I have a second question. That's it.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Dominato. Certainly this is a high-level strategic city strategy, but it is really important, and I think Council's emphasized around the spatial framework, the spatial plan, that there's a real need for that. So we do see creating a high-level land use plan. Right now, we don't even have one that knits together the existing community plans, so really doing that and looking out further. The more detailed implementation strategies will happen under the umbrella of the Vancouver plan, so climate emergency coming to you shortly, and employment lands and economy, and others will also follow through the process.
If I could just add to that, this is Gil. There will be specificity here, not in revisiting every single zoning district schedule, but the notion around the complete neighborhoods engagement is really to begin to develop where are the areas of growth that should be expected, so there's not a public surprise on that, and some phasing associated that. We don't have a plan that shows that, nor do we have an integrated utilities plan. We have areas of growth now mapped that aren't served well by utilities. So reconciling just that level, getting to the level then of indicating where we would do pre-zoning, which is I think part of what you're getting at, would also be part of that exercise. Some of the detail we'll need to follow, but there's a huge opportunity here to look at building form and lock and block patterns and redevelopment patterns that can furnish some of the early actions, and we're anxious to report back at the end of Q2 on those leading ideas and actually some pilots there that could animate that, so that people are beginning to see, aha, this is what the future neighborhood could look and feel like.
Thanks. Thanks. And I think maybe that was dovetailing to my question, which was just around the consultation this fall around that neighborhood community consultation, and just around the different ideas and concepts that have been tabled, quite a number of them over the past year and in recent weeks, that those will be included in the consultation so that we have a better sense of public feedback and response. So that's what I'm hearing from you. Is that correct?
We would like to do that. There are a number of council motions that really land in that neighborhood context and form, and we'd like to use that as part of the consultation this fall.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for the report. Really appreciate the overview and the work and the pivoting during these times in terms of working flexibly and leanly and with the community engagement. My questions first are on sort of the core challenges that are identified. I'm looking at page 9, and specifically the visible public struggle identified as one of those 6. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. I know that it talks about, for example, and I think while we're working on the critical, long-term, long-standing issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction, that there's commentary around the visible public struggle linked to crime, safety, garbage, and sanitation issues. And my question is whether or not staff see quick starts being looking at the budget allocations that are coming forth for 2021 in terms of the amount of resourcing we put into sanitation and garbage collection to help people with the street struggle and what they're experiencing in their neighborhoods.
Yes, it's Susan. As part of the city's recovery strategy and the 7 streams that I highlighted, we are also looking at recovery actions across all those streams in the context of the 2021 budget. So over the last couple of weeks, actually, we've been looking very much at those kind of actions and trying to prioritize throughout the organization and coordinate under the recovery strategy. So yes and yes. Thank you.
I look forward to hearing more about that because that visible struggle is real. Next question is on page 11, and it's the notion around promoting and celebrating and protecting and preserving natural spaces, parks, beaches, and gardens. I'm wondering why that isn't more aspirational in terms of not just protecting and preserving, but growing natural spaces and parks and green space, given that that has always been important to Vancouverites, but it's so critical now after the pandemic.
Thank you for the question. That's certainly an area of that goal that we would like to ensure is part of the conversation going forward. So there's nothing that precludes that. I think we're reflecting more so what we're hearing and just, recognizing the major loss of ecosystem function in the city. But to restore, enhance, and expand is definitely part of the thinking and the conversation, and it's really heartening to hear that.
We could add those words for public.
Yeah, we're certainly happy to add those words as we enhance and advance the goals.
I was going to ask that. Do staff feel that they can do that without further direction from council, that they'll be looking?
One of the reasons I tried to clarify in the beginning in my opening remarks is we would like to be able to format, append, or embellish, I would say, the text around within and underneath the goals. I think this goes back to Councillor Swanson's question as well, to get much more specific, because there are so many issues that you're talking about that were highlighted, and we did a very coarse overview here in the council presentation today, but we'd like your permission to be able to add that nuance and detail as we format the public discussions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Kelly, because I hear that coming through loud and clear as a key theme in terms of growing public space and the need for that, particularly green space. Keeping and on that same theme, on page 12, when it talks about the importance of public spaces for social connection, I wonder if this is envisioned as a quick action or something that we might, or quick start possibility we might also see in 2021. And I'll tie my question together here for time, both in terms of new public spaces, so expanding the pop-up plazas, for example, as well as complete neighborhoods and things like protecting existing corner stores and expanding those, and if those would be viewed as quick starts in terms of complete neighborhoods as well as expanding public spaces for people to connect.
Yes, we are looking at both those items in recovery actions. and also in quick starts. So, for example, a quick start around protecting neighborhood grocery stores is part of the Employment, Lands and Economy report in 2 weeks.
Okay.
But,
those will also be both integrated into the fall consultation, is that right? So that's already planned?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay, great. I just want to get clarification on that. I appreciate all the work on that and the affirmation that the goals are not ranked, but they're articulated. So thanks for the work. That's it for me for questions right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay, Mr. Mayor. I'll hold my questions. I tried to take myself off the queue. I couldn't, but I will just take this opportunity, Mr. Mayor, on a point of privilege to let you know that my Wi-Fi connection is a bit spotty. So I was going to email the clerk and let her know. I'll turn my video on and off periodically until I get it fixed here.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, we really appreciate the work, and it's exciting stuff. My first question is, it talks about 12,000 plus touch points. I'm wondering what we're expecting in phase 2 as we kind of bring the public along this journey.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Just as a kind of reference point, that the City of New York in their recent citywide process had 17,000 touch points, and City of Edmonton, City of a Million had similar to ours. So we're about halfway through this process, and we see more engagement rolling out. So we would like to, go as hard as we can to reach as many people as possible. But in terms of where we are at the midpoint, I think we're tracking very well against other processes across North America. That being said, we'd like to find other ways to measure the numbers, but that's where we are right now.
Okay, but I know that in early talks, we talked about some of the former city plans and how they were able to get over 100,000, and that goal of really bringing on public to this. So are those still aspirational goals? We're hoping to get up to those numbers?
If we were actually to look at so we haven't included our social media engagement, we actually were able to track with our analytics that half of all Vancouverites saw our messages in the first phase. So we hope to bring a more fulsome look at all our touch points, including the communications touch points, which the previous Vancouver plan also used. So these are just the actual in-person and the sort of engagement pieces, but we'll be able to certainly, I think, we'll be there.
Okay, and then talking about that, you talked about the conversational kits and the issue guides. Can you talk about a little bit more about how information will get out to the public and how we're going to be able to really engage as many people as we can?
Hi, yes. If you're recalling our pizza box conversation kits, we had planned to use libraries or other community facilities to distribute them, and we'll continue to explore those options in partnership with VPL and to figure out a safe way to do so we can still look at that. But I think being able to upload some of that material online as well is an opportunity for others to maybe not, who may not be comfortable going into public spaces or getting physical boxes. And through this Community Navigator program, our navigators will have access to all of our material, so it can be their choice whether or not they would like to bring these to some of their smaller community convenings.
Okay, and I know that we're starting to see some of our facilities open up, community centers and others. So are we going to have a presence around the city in our civic facilities as anyone enters any of these facilities, libraries, really kind of work?
Yes, we definitely would like to take advantage of our existing facilities as ways to communicate and increase awareness of what we're doing, for sure.
Perfect. And I think there's some great stuff here, and I'm really excited to see where we can go next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. So we're on to our second round of questions. So I'm going to reset the timers. And we've got Councillor Boyle for 5 minutes.
Thanks. I am hoping to hear a bit more from staff on the possibility of quick start actions out of this plan. Specifically, I know Councillor Kirby-Young asked about some of them related to corner stores and the commercial side of things, which I'm also interested in, but I'm interested to hear on housing if we expect any kind of, if staff have any dates or timelines of when we might hear quick start actions on the housing file within the Vancouver plan.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We would anticipate follow-up and feedback to council on those potential quick starts and really the range that you just mentioned that have been in discussion right now, and whether that is missing middle, rental incentives, others like that, as part of our Q2 reporting back, so that we can really align that with strategic directions. We're looking currently at things like utility provisions and areas of growth, and just ensuring that the engagement covers those ideas. But a number of the motions actually note Q2 as a report back, and it dovetails really well with the strategic direction phase.
Okay, great. So I guess I have been hearing some concern that a number of issues we've been hearing from the public on around housing are being delayed, and I guess I appreciate hearing that clarity that already the direction plan staff have is to bring forward some quick actions in Q2. We don't need to give you further direction on that related to this plan. Is that accurate?
Yeah, what I would say, Councillor Boyle, is that most of the council motions related to these housing issues have asked us to do public consultation and bring back specifics, including when we did bring the C2 zoning, asked us to do more consultation. So for us, consolidating a lot of this into that complete neighborhoods conversation, so that we're efficiently doing the consultation and opening up to other ideas about housing form and affordability and so forth, and coming back with at least some portion of that being amenable to quick starts, we would make that report back in Q2.
Okay, really looking forward to that one. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr, another 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, great. And just clarifying a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor, we're going to, after these questions, hear from speakers before we move into the actual moving of the motion and debate and decision.
That's right.
Is that right? Yeah.
That's
okay.
Right.
Just clarifying.
Okay.
Great. So just a quick question first. On page 22 of the report, there is a statement that talks about major issues relating to climate change, the economy, homelessness, the opioid crisis, housing affordability, and food systems are more effectively addressed at the regional scale. I'm seeking clarification that means that some aspects of those issues are appropriately addressed at the regional scale, but other aspects of all of those same issues are more appropriately addressed by the city. Just, I'm worrying that there might be a misinterpretation of that. So, just could you clarify?
Yeah, no, you're restating it the way which we intended, which is that there are some parts of those issues that are most effectively dealt with at the metro scale. Congestion pricing might be one of those, for example, things like that. But and a transit provision, but there are many that are within the city's control, and we don't through that paragraph in the report don't mean to cede that authority or defer that issue to a regional conversation. Quite the opposite. We want to be very aggressive as a city.
Thank you. Authority and responsibility. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So also, staff have brought up a number of times in this presentation the involvement of council in terms of ongoing consultation, and so and that we're really entering a big phase of focused consultation. Not that we haven't had some before, but what would your hopes be in terms of outcomes related to the greater involvement of council in the next phase of the plan?
If I can be quite blunt, we need council's ownership of this plan. You're going to adopt it in 2022, and we want to make sure it is satisfying your view of your constituents' perspectives and needs, taking that long-term and strategic view, because you're, through this plan, actually going to set up a pretty wonderful decision-making tool and framework for future councils and future generations. And so as staff, we can make recommendations, but we really need council in the end to be the stamp of approval and looking out toward future generations of leaders and of the public. So I think at the bottom line, that's what it is, to engage you along the way in whatever way as a council you feel comfortable, as individual hosts of conversations, as connectors to community organizations and groups, through deliberations as a group. We're open to all of that because I think it's really important that this is your plan.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. My final question is, and it's really related to this second question I asked, and that is, in the report, it talked about one of the core challenges being deteriorating trust and confidence in local government, page 10. That really hit me in my heart. And the report notes, so I'm just wondering, in terms of that mitigating that deterioration of trust and confidence, do you think that council getting more involved in some leadership role, potentially even in not just the complete communities, which I know is a big focus this fall, but the quick start actions and in conversations around that our involvement could actually help restore some public trust and confidence?
Well, I certainly believe so. I think it would be a very important gesture and symbol to the community through any number of those topical areas you mentioned or engagement venues you mentioned. To see visibly the council members taking part, I think, does begin to restore the connectedness of the city and civic conversation, and having the leaders present, there's no substitute for that. So I would say yes. I do want to say loss of trust in government is not unique to Vancouver, but we are certainly hearing it through our engagement in Vancouver.
And would the actual actions, like quick starts themselves, help restore some public confidence?
I believe so. I think, in the end, having a plan is one part of restoring confidence because people know there is a plan and they participated in it. And I've been in cities where that has really, really improved. But having commitment to follow the plan, to make action, to connect action to the plan, and to do that through visible leadership, no substitute for that. And that's the real hope here, so that in the end, there's a real kind of civic learning and civic building of trust in the direction Vancouver wants to take to become the city it wants to be.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. On to Councillor Swanson for another 5.
Yeah, we've got a few letters from seniors who are saying that they weren't consulted, including the West End Seniors Network. So I'm wondering if there's a plan to, I like the idea of consulting youth since they're the ones that are going to be here longer than seniors are, but they're going to become seniors and we're going to have a really high proportion of seniors. And so I'm wondering what the plans are to consult seniors.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, through the chair. We have, again, not to put too fine a point on this, but we were ready to roll out conversations through community centres. Gordon Neighbourhood House, for instance, is a real where you find West End Seniors Network. Because of that, we have had a more difficult time. We have worked with the members of the Seniors Advisory Committee in our council advisory sessions, but we hope to continue to reach out to seniors. Seniors over 80 were also very underrepresented in our participation. So they're absolutely a group that we need to do a better job of connecting with, particularly those who face barriers because of mobility, a disability, and also language and other cultural barriers. So we need to do better, and we will continue to try to reach seniors.
Okay, thank you, dear. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Carr's questions around council engagement. And I believe that you noted, Mr. Kelly, the plan for, in the Complete Communities and Neighbourhood workshops, there would be a role for council there, and I wondered if you could expand a bit on that with relation to that specific reference and just overall how you see council being engaged in the plan. So it does become, as you said, council's plan.
Yeah, I think actually being able to host some of those sessions, and we're still working out the format for that. So one thing I would just offer is we can report back to council through a memo in about a month's time, just sort of how dates and how things are playing out, and do that, along the way as we move. But I think including articulating some of the goal statements that you've asked us to nuance here. But I do think council visibly hosting some of those sessions would be a really good way to do that in the Complete Neighborhoods engagement. Those may take the form of sort of, we're still working that through the details, but it could be done in charrette fashions. They could be done in districts of the city that might combine 2 or 3 or 4 neighborhoods as opposed to every single one of 22. So we're still kind of working through that. But that's one way in which council could be quite visible and participate. And then having periodic briefings and sessions of the council as a whole as we move along in some format, I think would be another way to do that your meetings are televised and so forth and so on. We also have in mind some thematic or topical panel discussions with experts, and so a council member acting as the convener or even moderator, if you choose, might be another way to do that. So getting at some of the issues that Councillor Swanson raised and you and others have raised that are more specific and a topic that crosses geographies could be another way.
So it sounds like staff have contemplated a number of alternatives and options for council to be connected to the public and be part of that process.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Another question, with the remaining time I have, my other question is around clarifying the process around the quick starts and how they'll come back to council, because I know you noticed some of them might be specific and being the genesis of born from the Vancouver Plan and consultation there, and others tying to other pieces of work, such as the employment lands and economy review. So can you just clarify that the anticipated process that comes back to council as it does normally to our regular council meetings, and that would be the mechanism for presentation of recommendations on quick starts and for council endorsement and approval of those? Is that how that would work?
Yes, that's how it would work. There are a bundle of things that are recovery actions specific to COVID and the COVID-related recession, which will be coming to you. You'll see a preview of some of that in the employment lands work and in other things coming forward that will be bundled together through the Deputy City Manager's report coming, I believe, in January as a sort of official recovery set. There are other things we're calling early actions, which may address a little bit of that, but are really meant to be more in the vein of pilots or some of the things that you've mentioned that would be coming back through the Vancouver plan specifically in Q2, and then you would be able to either act then or set up the process to, if they involve bylaw changes and so forth, to then act subsequently on those.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's it for me.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Yes, thank you very much. And this will be to Mr. Kelly and secondarily to Ms. Haid. You've talked about the need for a citywide plan and the fact that we do not have an overarching citywide plan. But the city is the sum of its parts. And the City of Vancouver has a legacy of community plans where residents have spent literally thousands of hours developing plans that relate to where they live. How do you plan on integrating all of that work, including the work that was done by, under the leadership of Anne McAfee, into this in a meaningful way? Because, again, my observation is that this is very top-down instead of bottom-up in its approach. Could you respond, please?
I do take exception to the top-down reference. I think top-down in the sense that it is a citywide plan, so it is the largest sort of policy umbrella yet to be developed. But it's not top-down in terms of a direction that just, well, neighborhoods will have to live with whatever this conversation comes up with. We do want to, and through the consultation, we've laid the groundwork for community voices to come through. We don't intend to necessarily redo every community plan. There's a lot of good stuff in there that we still use. What we do need to do is address today's issues within the neighborhood context, things like equity and housing choice, mobility, walkability, sea level rise, accelerating climate change, bringing back the green. These are current issues, which don't mean tossing out the old plans, but it does mean looking at them at the neighborhood scale, because those do build up then to the citywide, and say, how do we as neighborhoods within the city, and there's no top-down formula that is all neighborhoods shall be, but rather respecting the diversity of the geography and the history, how do we address those issues at the neighborhood scale? Because without that conversation, the overview will be shallow or empty, and so it is both levels having to interact, but it means taking stock of all the good work that was done, but it does have to also mean taking stock of these issues now 30 years on from many of those plans. How do we address
some of them, sorry to interrupt, but some of those were done as recently as 2016. And
I understand that.
My concern is respecting those and attempting to build the trust that we used to have in the city. Mr. Mayor, at this time, I'm going to suspend my questions, and I would like to, I know we need to get to speakers, but I'm keen to move the report and would cede the rest of my time to move on with speakers. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah, we can move on with speakers next. I'll just go to the clerks. There's no one else on the questions queue, so just had an updated speakers list sent to me. And we have Sarah Blythe on the phone. Ms. Blythe, you have up to 5 minutes if you're there.
My questions, and I would like to, I know we need to get to.
And if we could get you to turn down the background, just turn down the council meeting, that would be great. That will stop an echo.
Speakers. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah. We can move on with speakers next. Had an updated. Clerks, I'm just hearing an echo and not the speaker. We have.
Yeah, so we're just advising her to mute her background.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. If you could turn down your
I'm listening.
The streaming of the council.
I'm turning it off. Oh wait, hold on.
Great,
I'm really sorry here. Okay, you got me?
Yep, we do. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm not going to talk for 5 minutes, and I wanted to thank Mayor and Council for allowing me to speak today. In the time I've been on this call, just waiting to talk to you, there's been 3 overdoses at the overdose prevention site, 1 outside in front of the bank and 2 inside. So we saved 3 lives in that time. Just to put some context to what's happening. I'm here to ensure that that a community in crisis is recognized in this report. I know that everybody, like the city is doing great work when it comes to, all the crisis situations. I just want to make sure that it's emphasized because of the situation we're in, and I don't think there can be enough reminders. So, we have 750 homeless. We're experiencing multiple emergencies. The COVID emergency, the numbers are increasing down here. The extreme weather that we're dealing with homeless people with no place to go, when the air pollution and experiencing that, it's been pretty terrible for people with multiple different difficulties and illness. And also the overdose crisis, where the numbers are continuing to rise. And so, like what I would hope that would be in the plan, which what I'm hearing from a lot of people, and I know that, everybody's staff has worked hard in gathering all the information they have, but jobs for people down in the downtown east side is really important. Obviously, the housing, we've got a bunch of different buildings that are either, waiting to have something done that are empty, like the Balmoral and the Regent, and the Stanley is being redeveloped. But there's a lot of housing that's empty right now, and also there's a lot of construction going on, just causing so many more people to be homeless, I think. So in one little neighborhood. And then safe supply, just making sure. I know that this might be a little bit of a, not part of this overall plan in some ways, but it really would make a huge difference in this community and the health and wellness of it. So, you still there?
Yes, you're cutting in and out a little bit, but we can mainly hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. Yes, again.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay, thanks. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks,
Sure.
Ms. Wise, for coming to us, or being online to speak to us, and for all your work in the community. My question is this: how aware of the Vancouver plan and interested in or involved in are the people that you normally associate with in your daily life?
Probably, I would say that not many people know about it. A lot of folks don't, read the newspaper or look at news or, even have an address to get information to. So, that's partially why I'm on the phone. And when I looked at the agenda, I thought, I'm going to speak to a few things today just to kind of make sure that the voices down here are heard, or just the things that I hear or see on a regular basis from people. And I know for sure housing is a huge thing, because even at our overdose prevention site, a lot of our peer workers, they don't even have a place to stay, but they're saving lives every day. So it's, it's really hard. Anyways, I think they'll just leave it at that, but yeah, if it answers your question.
Yeah, it does answer that question. So my second question to that would be, do you think that our staff and we as council could be engaged in outreach in a way that that actually does encourage people more and actually garners more interest and involvement in the people that currently don't even really know about the plan?
Yeah, and I want to say that your staff, including Karen Ward, who definitely brings a really great, like she does bring the issues to council and works on them, and the staff has really been great in a lot of ways. But I think when it comes to the actual report, people just don't know about the specifics in it and how to get involved. So yeah, I mean, we could have. I would personally, help, and I'm sure working with Karen could help make sure that the information's, when these types of things come up, that people could be involved and have a say to the best of their knowledge.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for that offer.
Thanks. We have Councillor Dejanova for up to 5 minutes. Councillor Dejanova?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thanks so much for coming to add your voice to the Vancouver plan. And I was going to hold some of my questions, but just in trying to remember that, we're talking about neighborhoods, we're talking about communities, but we're talking about a Vancouver for everyone, and planning that. Would you say, Sarah, if it's okay to call you Sarah, or if you prefer Miss Blythe, how would it be most impactful to involve and engage and consult with the people that you just spoke about, those who perhaps, are the victims of stigma? Council's received, information that from the Vancouver Police Department confirming that, vulnerable and marginalized people, especially those who are homeless, or or suffer from mental health challenges or drug addiction are often the victims of violent crime. So, like, how do we engage people in a way that makes them feel safe and comfortable and heard about how we can make Vancouver a place where they feel that they have buy-in and they can see themselves represented in this plan?
Yeah, I think it's just making sure that time spent listening to and hearing things change in the downtown east side, and it seems like every day there's a new emergency. So making sure that there's time spent by city officials trying to get the information from people, what's happening with them and what are they facing in their lives on a day-to-day basis. Right now we could use someone to help us just get the 20 or so people housing that are volunteers here.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
I only have 45 seconds, and I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I really wanted to include this if possible. Do you think it also helps for the city to work, with you and other groups to move towards making sure that communities are educated, understand, and also aren't stigmatizing of places that can help, people who use drugs?
Yeah, I think, and I think really involving people who use drugs in those kind of conversations, especially if things are going wrong and there's some conflict between people who use drugs in different communities, like we've seen recently, where if you approach the people who use drugs in the community, they may have all the answers and know what to do. So, it's really important to make sure that they're engaged. The task force has been really great and gathers a lot of information, but there's also people who can't make those meetings that are on the ground and homeless and experiencing, they can't even, you know what I mean? They're experiencing day-to-day, minute-to-minute issues. So, things are prioritized besides waiting online for a council meeting to speak to things. So, yeah, so it's just, but that knowledge is very important in order to know what's happening on a day-to-day. So, yeah.
Okay. And I'm over my time, but thanks for answering my questions.
Thanks very much. And that's it for questions. Thank you for calling in.
Okay.
We're going to move to
No problem.
Thanks again.
Okay,
thanks for all your work. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We have next Howard Hezekamp, who's phoning in.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker has not joined the call yet.
Okay, thanks. We have Larry Benj.
Hello. That was on mute.
Hi there.
Hello. My name is Larry Benj. I'm with the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods. Is it okay if I proceed?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. First, I'd like to make note of continued practice of staff. A 76-page report was released 2 or 3 business days before this meeting, and was even being revised up until about 5:30 p.m. last night, which makes it difficult to cover everything. I'd also like to comment that in 2018, the election, most of the people who were running for the election endorsed the idea of a citywide plan developed through neighborhood-based planning. I would suggest that you look back on your notes on your platforms to confirm that, and hopefully we move towards that. The coalition has concerns about this report in that, first of all, it's, let me stop for a second and say, vis-a-vis the presentation, there is a lot of very good work going on in this. There's a lot of things that are being found out and revealed and things like that. So I'm not, this isn't a, to take away from those efforts. But we find it interesting that the council is being asked to endorse a provisional goals and wonder and would hope that this report is received for information purposes for the proposed Vancouver Plan provisional goals, and that it would be forwarded for broad public consultation in the Vancouver planning process with continued robust neighborhood-based community engagement. Also, I wanted to clarify, I'll get to that a little bit later. There's no mention of recalibrating the Housing Vancouver strategy targets using data, transparent data, as previously directed by Council in this report. We have not received the pertinent data that was requested by Councillor Hardwick back in May. We'll continue to wonder why we haven't received the pertinent data and where is it. Also, just a comment on Susan Hayde's answer to Councillor Carr's question about reaching out to neighborhood groups. Susan Hayde commented that CVN was part of that consultation. We had, to clarify, we had 6 representatives in a meeting with Susan Hayde. Sorry, the other name escapes me right now. Karis Hebert. Back in January, we had a meeting of about, I'd say, an hour and a half. We had some differences of opinion. We requested further meetings to help work with them. We also requested possible meetings with neighborhood groups. There was never a follow-up on that. We also requested a list of the groups that they had consulted, which she just again today offered up to anyone who was interested. We asked for that list and never got it, and that was in January of this year. Just to clarify. Also, I'm concerned that this, as Gil Kelly has said, these provisional goals kind of establish a framework for moving forward. I'm concerned that there has been no consultation with any of our residents association groups. I guess most of the contacts are single points of contact or small groups, I'm not sure, or various stakeholders that the city considers relevant. I'm not sure why neighborhood groups are not. We also think that Council should direct staff to implement an interim rezoning policy with specific terms to be approved by Council, as typically done during planning processes, in order to not preempt or divert the planning process with rezonings which set new directions or preclude options that could emerge during the process, including quick starts for community support options. This is relevant in terms of the fact that the city seems to be going through a planning phase done completely by spot rezonings at the moment, totally neglecting our existing zoning bylaws.
Okay, thanks. That's the 5 minutes, but you do have questions. Councillor Carr and then Councillor Hardwick. Thanks very much. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. And Mr. Mayor, just before I go ahead with questions, I wonder if I can move a motion to extend our meeting past 12 o'clock to finish the speakers list on this item.
Sure. Thanks. Move seconded. We just have one more speaker is registered. Seconder. I see one hand from
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Councillor Bly.
Kirby-Yung. Thanks. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed nay. Thank you. Councillor Carr, I'll go ahead up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks so much, Mr. Bench, for being with us online and also sending in your comments beforehand as well. I'm going to start with the last point you raised, which is wanting an interim rezoning policy to preempt changes such as rezonings. Would that mean a policy in your mind that just says no to any, like just hold on all rezonings for the duration of the plan, the planning process?
A moratorium on spot rezonings would, I think, be welcomed by many people across the city, because right now we are, as you all are very well aware, because they're coming through in an avalanche to council meetings and public hearings, they just continue on their way, and they are setting precedent across the city and making this whole business of the Vancouver plan approaching irrelevancy. Because by the time the Vancouver plan, as currently estimated, is going to take 2 to 3 years to finish, and in some cases, and this was a result of our discussions in our initial meeting back in January, that isn't even going to result in zoning decisions and land use decisions. Now, it sounds like it might, according to the presentation that was given today. I'm not certain of that as yet, but given another 3 years of spot rezonings in this city, you are going to have a landscape that is markedly changed. You're already seeing it all over with the various projects that have been highly controversial in various places across the city.
Yeah. So, Mr. Benj, is it the? I mean, you talk about certain projects that are controversial. We get a lot of projects that come through rezonings that no one comes to speak to from the public. There's no comments. They're fairly simple ones. A lot in the Canby corridor, for example. And are you meaning to include all rezonings, including those ones that today? Yes, we've got controversial ones, but
yeah, okay. We have the closing statement on that last segment. If you see our letter, the recommendation D, it says including quick starts for community supported options. It opens the door for quick starts that are community supported, and that's the critical aspect of it. Yes, there are.
So except for quick starts, okay.
Yeah, but I'll just say quickly, in terms of all the ones that come before you and the fact that there aren't any people coming out and stuff like that, a lot of that has to do with some of the people across the city are totally frustrated. Talk about loss of trust in the city government. They think it's a waste of time to come out. And so that's why you don't see something on every single project.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Benj. Endorsing the provisional goals, where council is being able to endorse provisional goals, the list of the 10 of them, you are noting that you don't believe that we should endorse them. What do you think we should do?
I think you should receive them for information purposes.
Why?
Because I don't think that there has been, I know that there has been supposedly widespread consultation, but I think there's a difference between, 48,000 points of light out there and dealing with what we represent, probably 25,000 residents across the city of Vancouver. And we are being untouched. We're not being asked, and that leads me to think that there are others who are not being asked. I'm also wondering about, through this data, is duplication checked on these numbers of contacts? I don't know. Given the fact that the city is so reluctant to produce data, it really shakes one's confidence.
Yeah, I understand that. Neighborhood-based planning has been discussed. How do you see neighborhood-based planning working integrating into the citywide plan? We heard, based on what Mr. Kelly said just in my last round of questions, which I described as being top-down.
Mr. Kelly seems to slightly, slightly challenge the idea that neighborhood-based planning doesn't deal with citywide issues. It certainly does. It is a building block of the entire city, and I think he'd agree with that as well. If you take neighborhoods as a portion of the city, you add them all up, you have the whole city. Certainly, excuse me, that any neighborhood-based planning is going to consider what is most important and what effects have on the local area, but it also always has to, secondly, consider its surrounding areas, and thirdly, the entire city. So it's call it a tertiary outlook, or it's a fulsome outlook. It's a holistic outlook. It's not limited to just its area and its own self-importance. It is ideally one that considers all aspects and should be included at the earliest stage, and it should be included now, because these provisional goals, and this is part of our problem with them, is that they're forming the framework, and as they have said, the planning staff, Susan certainly said, is foundational.
Thanks so much.
So everything's built on this. And
Got it.
Thank you.
You need a good foundation.
Thanks very much. That's it for questions, Mr. Benj. Thanks very much. And we're on to our final listed speaker. Thank you. Elizabeth Murphy, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi there. I can.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, today I am speaking on behalf of the Character House Network, which is opposed to the recommendations in the report. And we have a petition on change.org that calls for, among other things, to take immediate action to remove from zoning and building code bylaws any bias favoring demolition and new construction over retention, and is over 9,500 plus paper signers and Facebook of over 13,000 as a form of support for retention. So clearly the public wants to see policies that encourage heritage and character house retention, and the city has programs to encourage this through heritage and character house incentives. However, these provisions continue to be inadequate and are further eroded by widespread spot rezonings and lack of neighborhood-based planning as proposed in this proposed Vancouver Plan update. Older buildings are our most affordable housing that stand to be lost, and many people being displaced if this isn't part of the considerations in planning. And currently it's not part of what is being proposed at all. The 76-page report was only released a few business days ago and changed at the last minute, 5:30 last night. This is reflective of the lack of public involvement in the process and the goals of the recommendations. So the proposed Vancouver Plan provisional goals are not ready for endorsement and should only be for information. Goals should be co-created by the public, not determined by staff. There has been no broad public consultation on these goals as drafted by staff. They're not ready to be adopted and should only be received for information, and to refer this back to staff for public consultation, including more options and an emphasis on issues including affordability, livability, and neighborhood character. The document makes no mention of recalibrating the Housing Vancouver strategy targets using transparent data, which was directed by Council months ago. The full data request is not yet being provided to Council and the public. The report does not address the need for meaningful neighborhood-based community planning process, and instead is focused on specific groups. Yet the vision implementation groups, resident associations, or even our group, and broader local public were not included in the process generally, only very token, as Mr. Benj mentioned, regarding the Coalition Vancouver Neighborhoods. So, and many COVID changes will be permanent regarding intensity, especially the effects of working from home that will affect transit long-term and moving away from high-density development to ground-oriented with more space and yards. So reframing a lot of, like in Appendix B, which also should be, rather than endorsed, just accepted for information only. It reframes all of these spot rezoning policies that are actually from the previous council initiatives that are currently being implemented. It reframes them as under a whole new COVID recovery program outside of the Vancouver plan, and whereas these actions are in fact having very big effects on setting precedents that will undermine the Vancouver plan process and is in many cases contrary to recent council direction to staff. So these policies should not be implemented where they result in significant precedents being made before consultation and planning. So examples of that is the MERP program, the arterial and transit area rental incentives, and the C2
and we're
rezoning.
just at the 5 minutes. Sorry, just at 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Carr and Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ms. Murphy, and very much appreciate you speaking with us. So I'm just going to start by asking the same question I asked Mr. Benj, which is, in terms of neighborhood-based planning, what does that actually look like to you in terms of the process, and how does neighborhood-based planning link into discussions that happen at a citywide level about the city as a whole?
Thank you for the question. And yes, the citywide planning and the local are definitely interconnected. And the city broadly is like Vancouver is a city of neighborhoods, and it's a patchwork that altogether creates Vancouver. And each of these neighborhoods have evolved differently over time, and that's what makes Vancouver special. And so I think that what we need to be looking at is keeping that local context while still looking at the broader issues. So you've got the more broad issues, like, for instance, recalibration, which we still need for the Vancouver Housing Vancouver strategy, and their targets. These are broad issues that need transparent data, so we need to start with that and those kind of things. But then how that's implemented and how that actually is implemented in all the different neighborhoods can certainly be done differently. Like, you can provide affordable housing in many different forms, and it can still be within the context of each neighborhood. So it needs to be not considered necessarily as a cookie cutter across the city, but in terms of each context. So you have to talk to the people in those neighborhoods.
Okay,
okay.
Just a second. I only have 1 minute left. Sorry,
no
and I think I got the gist of what you were talking about. I think I heard you acknowledging that broad strategies are important, and it's how they are implemented at the neighborhood level. So that it's not either or. Okay. In terms of provisional goals, you talked about no broad consultation on these goals. Did you not read in the report that these goals actually arose out of the thousands of actual people that were engaged in the first part of this plan? That the goals are not. The goals come out of the people, not from staff.
Actually, that's not how I would see it. The first time that the broader public ever saw these were goals that were drafted by staff that they interpreted from all the feedback they got. There has been no broad consultation on their interpretation of these goals, which they say came out of it, but no one has had an opportunity to comment on them. And that needs to be...
Thank you. I'll have to stop you there, and I'm going to move on to Councillor Hardwick for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. I'd like to go back to the need for an interim rezoning policy. This is something I think Council needs to understand in more detail, and I'm wondering what your perspective is on interim zoning policies as we go through the Vancouver Plan process.
Yes. Interim rezoning policies are standard procedure that the city normally does whenever there is a broader area planning process. So it was done for all the community plans. It is done for the corridor planning, for instance, on Broadway, and this is normal practice. And the reason for that is that it's important that spot rezonings don't proceed in a way that precludes options coming forward during the process, or excludes other things, or sets precedents for much, especially larger buildings are particularly problematic. So the intent is standard process. The standard and to use this especially important on the citywide basis. Now, this isn't to say that some things that are community supported can't go ahead, and they should be considered. But the problem that we have right now is that not only do we not have an interim rezoning policy, we actually have city policy that is directing and allowing for broad spot rezonings, many of which, like the MERP program, which creates very large projects which set huge precedents for many neighborhoods. You get many of those in place, and it will set, not only will it inflate land values and development expectations, but it will broadly impact what can be built in the future. So I think that we need to take a step back and put in place what the city always usually does, which is an interim rezoning policy during broad planning, and that these current rezoning policies that they have in place, such as the MERP and arterial rental and seat zones and all those kinds of things, are not just put forward and continued while this planning is going without proper consultation. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that's it for questions. Clerks, I see we have no other speakers on the list. So, Council, that is it for this noontime stoppage. So we'll be reconvening in camera at 10 after 1, and we'll continue there until reconvene here in Council, regular Council at 3, from 3 to 5. We continue with Vancouver Plan, and then we go on to public hearing starting at 6. The clerk has helpfully sent around a kind of plan of what our schedule is going to look like over the next couple of days, and so I'd ask you to consider that and potential motions for change if you have them. For example, if we were going to move members' motions or get them on to the standing committee, we'll probably have to not talk about patios. So I'll just leave that with you, and we'll reconvene in
Point
camera.
of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just wondered if the agenda. I'm just wondering if this is possible, even when we come back. Can the agenda be varied so that we would deal with that and refer it to committee tomorrow, all of the member motions, and then go back to patios? Is that a possibility in our procedural bylaw that we could vary the agenda to do that?
As council can, if we can agree, we can vary the agenda. Right now, we're working our way through the Vancouver Plan, which I believe has a number of proposed amendments from councillors. Then the next is the patios, which is going to take some time to get through, and then the regular, as it's laid out in the rest of the agenda. So I just ask you to consider this over the lunch break, and when we come back at 3 p.m., we can discuss any potential reorderings through motions.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we'll see you in camera at 10 after 1. Thanks so much, Council. Thank you, clerks.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Welcome to TELUS. Enter your attendee ID number, followed by pound.
I'm just doing a microphone check. Thanks.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
So, Boyle, can you?
will help people of color, what will help low-wage women workers, that kind of thing.
Okay, I'm hearing some echo in the background, so just ask everybody to mute. We're just pulling up the amendment here, Councillor Swanson. Can everybody see the amendment? If you click on your orange cone. So the addition to Clause A is, and ask the new equity officers to ensure that we are applying an intersectional lens. Do we have a seconder for this?
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, thanks. I'll put us on an amendment queue then. If anybody wants to speak to this, please add yourself. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of order, not because I disagree with the principle. I agree with it in terms of that lens, and I think staff spoke to really how they're trying to diversify voices like youth, et cetera. But isn't it beyond the purview of staff or of council, to direct specific staff? We direct policy and we direct the city manager, but we can't direct individual staff, can we? That's my point of order.
That's a point of order. I will stop your timer and I will get back to council. The new one, so I'll take a consultation and come back with that. Be right back, council. Thanks. Okay, Council. I'm ruling this isn't out of order, and Councillor Kirby-Young's right. We can't direct, we direct staff, and we can't direct ordinary individual staff, but we can ask, which is not a direction. It's a request that they may or may not do, but that's so it's not out of order in that sense. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm just going to restart your timer here, Councillor Kirby-Young. And please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just feeling like I'm trying to commit personally to council working efficiently, and I do feel that staff had answered questions that the new equity officer was starting to participate in this plan and had sat in on sessions, and that there was significant awareness and consideration around wanting to reach new cultural groups, a lot more focus and emphasis on youth, and really looking at that through the lived experience of many different people. I think that's embedded in both the core goals of the plan around an inclusive and equitable city, around the approach that's being used. So to me, I just feel like it's superfluous to what we've already heard, and I feel like it's already being addressed. And I'm just trying to keep us focused with a very full agenda on having to move forward on things that I think are already covered. So that's my feedback.
Right, and Councillor Kirby-Young, I did rule on it, but next time we have points of order, we should try to name the procedures.
Sure.
That's and I'd forgotten about that too, so that's fine. And anybody else want to speak to this? If not, I'll call a vote on this amendment. Don't see anybody else, so we'll call the vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
I'm just trying to get my panel up, but I can't. So if you could mark me as in favor, please, as a point of privilege. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. That is unanimous. Thanks very much, Council. I'm going to go back to the list. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything else?
I have another amendment that I just sent.
Okay. Can you describe it a little bit as we're waiting for it to get pulled up on screen?
Oh, yeah, it's just making the housing one more, it's just saying that we need a housing goal that says everybody needs an affordable home that's secure. Making that the housing goal instead of having a goal that's so nebulous.
All right. Just waiting for the clerks to get that back up on.
With the addition of this goal to ensure that every resident has secure, appropriate housing they can afford. So just an amendment to be, an addition onto B.
Just a little amendment. Okay. Just, again, clerks, if you have a chance to pull that up. Not seeing it on the public screen, clerks. I just note that there's a bit of a delay. There we go. Come up now, thanks.
Yeah, I'll second that, Councillor Carr.
Okay. So thanks very much. I'm just going to put us on the queue. Amendment queue. Anybody else? Councillor Dejanova, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Just had a point of information, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering how staff, through you obviously, my point of information goes, how does staff interpret that they can afford? So I understand, you know, we talk about 30% of our income for housing, but since that's not necessarily in here, and some people, I mean, you know, as Councillor Swanson, I appreciate it, has pointed out before, for example, that, you know, a household income, you know, could mean two people, but sometimes there's a single income, you know, so we have to consider, you know, make those considerations. Some people, you know, might have children, and childcare can cost as much as rent in our city. So how do our staff define afford? I'm just concerned if we're giving our staff direction and they maybe don't understand that interpretation. I'm hoping that they could maybe share with me their interpretation before I decide how I'd vote on this.
Mr. Mayor, shall I take a crack at that?
Please do.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, this is brand new to us, so can't really respond in detail to it. But my sense would be that if council adopts this as one of the goals, defining it as a part of our ongoing planning process will be critical. I don't think on the spot we could come up with a definition. I think it would be these are kind of high level principles, things that would be working toward in the planning process, and so that would be the work of defining that and figuring out how it fits in would be kind of part of the work that we would need to pursue.
Great. Councillor Dejanova, anything else?
No, I'm just have a bit of concern as to what everyone can afford. We'd have to define what afford means, but maybe there's another amendment. I don't have any, but maybe there's another amendment that deals with that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was just assuming that we would use the same definition that we always use, which is 30% of household income or less.
Okay. Anybody else want to debate this? Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate the intent of the amendment. I just have a point of information through you, Chair, to staff.
Okay.
In delivering on the goals of the Vancouver plan would be an indicator that we have completed on the Vancouver plan, and I'm just curious if we're not able to deliver on this goal within the Vancouver plan, how staff would manage that.
Sorry, you were breaking up there a little bit, Councillor Bly. If you could just rephrase your question to staff, that'd be appreciated. Councillor Bly?
Again, or rephrase?
You were breaking up a little.
Can you hear me okay?
You were breaking
sound
up a bit, so we didn't quite catch you there. If you could just restate your question, that'd be great.
I've got sound. Okay. Yeah, I intend as a point of information to the city manager that the language is to ensure that every resident has secure, appropriate housing they can afford as a goal. Is this an aspirational goal, or do we see this as a deliverable?
I don't know how staff can answer that. I mean, you might want to ask the.
Are you hearing me? Sorry, I can see a lot of.
You're still breaking up a bit, and your video is frozen.
Maybe I have a bad connection here.
I think we got the question, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
My sense is that the goals that are being outlined are aspirational goals, and that if council adopts this, that would be one of the kind of core directional things that we'd be trying to deliver in the plan. I don't think in terms of there's not a numerical thing here. This is about the essence of what the plan would be intended to deliver, and it would be something that we'd be bringing into all the plan elements as with these with the other goals here.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yes, it is.
We can hear you, yeah.
I'm not sure. So I appreciate the intent of Councillor Swanson moving this, and feel that I could support, but I see there's a number of other people on the queue, so I'm going to listen to the debate.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes. And just a reminder to folks to mute themselves if they're not speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, as a provisional goal and recognizing that housing is a human right, I will be supportive of this. I think it'd be great to see how this kind of rolls through the plan in phase 2. I think it's important to have in the city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
My understanding was that these goals had been compiled by staff as a reflection of their outreach through the focus groups and various interest groups that they have consulted with thus far. As much as I appreciate the intent of Councillor Swanson here, I'm concerned that we're layering on more structure and aspirational goals before the general public have had a chance to examine any of this, except for limited exposure. So I mean, I have a problem with this overall. So to Councillor Swanson, as much as I appreciate your intent, I'm struggling with the larger notion of endorsing these provisional goals at this time before the public have had proper time to get into it. So it's a bit of the cart before the horse generally, notwithstanding the fact that I appreciate the intent of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson, we've you've spoken before. Yeah, go right ahead.
To respond to Councillor Hardwick, the 6 key challenges that have already been identified in public consultation are rising unaffordability, housing insecurity, visible public struggle, homelessness, including homelessness, and deepening inequality. So this is where my amendment comes from. It's based in what people have already told us. It's not coming straight out of my head, although it could do that too.
Am I able to respond?
It's not a back and forth, Councillor Swanson. Is that it for this this round of debate?
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. You've got 3.5 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I have no disagreement with the spirit and the intent of this, and I think it's an admirable and it's important. I'm not going to argue the point, but just in speaking to it, I note on page 15 of the report and the 10 goals for the Vancouver plan, the provisional goals that Councillor asked to endorse as part of this report, that goal number 5 says, develop an affordable city with diverse and secure housing. So I look at Councillor Swanson's amendment, which talks about affordability, like appropriate housing, diverse, secure housing. She has secure. So to me, it's pretty much a mirror of the goal that's stated already in the report on page 15, goal number 5. And it is a reflection. I think Councillor Swanson is correct. It is a reflection of what was heard with the sort of the core 6 core issues and what staff heard. But to me, it's already covered. It's goal number 5, page 15, and almost with identical language. So that's my comments on it. I think that we are adding something that is already articulated.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. You just have 3.5 minutes.
Yes, I just wanted to differentiate between the provisional goals, of which there are 10, and the 6 findings that Councillor Swanson just described. My understanding is that we're being asked to endorse provisional goals, not the findings of what we've heard from the consultation to date. So again, I echo what Councillor Kirby-Young just said. This is included in number 5 in the 5 provisional goals already. I don't question the sentiment or veracity of the amendment. I'm just questioning the process around endorsing something that the public have not been able to weigh in on yet, since we're creating a framework by definition that we're asking the public to respond to. And as I said before, it's a cart and horse situation. But I do, of course, support the ensuring that every resident has housing they can afford.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could do a point of information for you, the staff.
Yep.
And so my question to staff is, do you perceive this additional goal as different from or the same as, just with different words, as the provisional goal number 5?
City Manager and sort of whoever you choose.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Kelly or Ms. Haid to respond to that one.
Yeah, I think we read the intent of Councillor Swanson's addition to be already included in the meaning of the goal we were setting forward. We intended that to be for all people. That is not to say every person can be able to afford every single house, but that affordability level that she described was really an option meant to cover all people. So we felt it was already in the wording. On the other hand, I don't know, in terms of the insure versus not insure, the insure word brings up a little bit of a higher standard, but in our view, all of these goals are sort of aspirational directions for further consultation with the community. And so again, we're not trying to write the plan here today. These are the aspirations, giving some structure to the conversation going forward by having these primary aspirations stated. So we feel we've covered it, but again, it's council's decision as to how to wordsmith here.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could ask for you to rule on whether this is in order, given the response of Mr. Kelly, that it's the same as a goal that's already stated.
Okay, I will check on this one and come back to you shortly, Council. Actually, I need to know, as I just reminded Councilor Kirby-Young, I need to know what...
Deleterious, section second. Yes. Sorry, one sec.
That's okay.
8.7F.
8.7F, thank you.
Okay, 8.7F, I will check. I'll be right back to you, Council. Thanks very much. Okay, Council. So I've been both just pondering 8.7F as well as Councillor Swanson's language and principle number 5 language, and they're not exactly the same, but they're very similar. And so in that case, in the broadest sense, I would deem that frivolous in the sense that it's really repeating something that's already in the motion. Although I do recognize there is some difference between the two. It's too similar to include both clauses. I think one or the other would be the answer here. So I am going to rule that out of order. And we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, you still have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I submitted another motion trying to deal with that problem.
Another amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, City Manager?
Can I interject briefly?
Sure. Well, we'll just pause Councillor Swanson's clock here.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
This item has taken us a lot longer than I expected. And the patio item, we really need to get through because there are patios that are expiring. So, I guess I just wanted to flag for council that we really need to address those reports today, if there's any way possible, because they're all expiring, and there's a bunch of things that hinge on getting those reports done. So maybe it's just a word of caution or an opportunity to expedite the discussion here to make sure we get to that item. So I just wanted to put that out there, Mr. Mayor.
Privilege?
Point of privilege, Councillor Dejanova?
Maybe it's a point of parliamentary procedure. I have sent a note to the clerk, as I said I would do, and I'm just waiting to hear back. I'm very aware of what our city manager just said on varying the agenda. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to continue. Councillor Swanson, you sent in a...
There's my new amendment.
Okay.
Develop an affordable city with diverse and secure housing for every residence that they can afford with 30% or less of their household income. Just to make sure we're including every resident in there. I think that's really important.
Okay.
30%, so that our housing isn't just diverse for upper income people and diverse in the sense that you can choose an alley or a storefront if you're homeless.
Okay. Thanks so much. Do we have a seconder for this? Fry. Councillor Fry. Okay, we're in the amendment queue. I'm just going to, I'm just going to clear this queue. Anybody want to speak to this? Nobody on the list to speak to it? Okay, I'm going to call a vote then.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor, if I could get a vote assist in favor.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Swanson and Councillor D'Amato. Councillor Swanson, I need you to vote. There we go. Thanks so much. That's passed with none in opposition. If the clerks could pull the vote up on the screen, that would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, Council, we're just heeding the city manager's direction. I mean, there's so much stuff on our agenda that there's a lot going on, but I understand this is also important. So anything else, Councillor Swanson?
Nope, that's good.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Debate, we're in debate on the amended motion.
I have an amendment that I sent into the clerk before our lunch break.
Okay.
While it's being called up, I'm fine with receiving this report, but in B, I would rather than endorsing, I would like to receive for information these provisional goals for broad public consultation in the Vancouver Plan process and continued robust neighborhood-based community engagement. As I've said several times now, I'm concerned that in the 76-page report, there has not been a broad public consultation. And we are, as staff said, we're creating a framework from which the public consultation going forward will be coming. And so for me, it's a bit of a cart and horse, or framing people into without hearing more broadly from the public in the process. And underrepresented groups, absolutely included and considered. And I think we've talked about that a lot. We talk about equity and intersectionality now, but the broader public opinion should not be minimized or ignored in this. And this really comes out to me in one of the items that was identified in trust and confidence, and the deteriorating trust and confidence in local government. And the previous government was wiped out in the last election, and yet what I see is the policies of the prior city council continuing to be implemented. And so what I'm getting at here is that the proposed provisional goals and process do not really show what I was looking for, which was the need to shift to a neighborhood-based planning that really listens to the community. I've tried to get this across in a variety of different ways, but this is really what it boils down to. We're elected by people within our boundaries to represent them, and I'm concerned that we're not hearing from them broadly, but rather saying it's kind of like one of those surveys that you go into and it gives you only a set number of choices, and so you're shoehorned into a response. And again, I'm not saying that the provisional goals would not be there, but I just think we have put the cart before the horse in this. So why don't we just receive these proposed provisional goals, go out to the public, and involve them really in this process in a more fulsome way? So that's what I'm aiming for here.
Okay, thanks so much. Do we have a seconder for this one?
Second.
Okay, we're on amendment queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, please go ahead. That was seconded by Councillor DeGenova. Clerks.
Mayor Stewart, did we get
Yes.
a seconder for the amendment?
Yes, we did. Councillor Hardwick, amendment seconded by Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
Point of procedure, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. We're just, I have Councillor Boyle on the queue, but go ahead, Councillor DeGenova, on a point of procedure.
I'm sorry if I've missed it, but did we vote on Councillor Swanson's amendment to the amendment?
We did. Yep. That has passed.
Just wanted to make sure my vote was recorded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It was. Yep. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, and I'll be brief, except to say I won't be supporting this amendment. I already have concerns that, given the issues that are well laid out in this report, and that we all heard from residents 2 years ago in the election, I already have concerns that we're moving too slowly on many of them, and these amendments seem very clearly to me to slow things down even further, and that's absolutely not the direction that I hear from people, not the direction that I'm interested in seeing us go. So I won't be supporting these. I hope that we keep moving forward in addressing solutions to these challenges, which, again, we're hearing very clearly and have been hearing from residents very clearly on for years.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I just wanted to elaborate further. What sprang to mind for me was a debate that I recall Councillor Carr was on the debate, and one of our former city councillors was on the opposite side. And the debate was about public consultation. And Councillor Carr took the position that it was important to have robust and ongoing public consultation to build trust and confidence among the electorate. The other councillor said, well, we did public consultation. It was called an election. You elected us. Now we're going to do what we want to do, or what we believe, is our mandate. And I err on the side of representative democracy. I really think it is important for us to be listening to the people that elected us. And my concern remains that we've taken a small and limited group here, focus groups and special interest groups, to shape these goals that are going to be now carved in stone. And I really caution us as a council to be going down that road because it sends the wrong signal to the public at large that they're less important to us. And I really encourage people to receive this. I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, just really emphasizing our need for broad public consultation in something that is going to have such long-term implications for the city. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think that's it for a speakers list, so we'll call a vote on this one. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato? Thanks so much. That has failed with Councillor Kirby-Young, Boyle, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay. Council, we're back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, anything else?
Yes, I have another amendment.
Okay.
I'm just...
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I have a point of parliamentary procedure. I can wait till we're done with the response to Councillor Hardwick's amendment.
Well, while it's sending in, I can pause the clock. Go ahead if you...
Can you just confirm again that we actually did vote on both Councillor Swanson's amendment and the amendment? I only recall voting twice, and I might have missed a vote because I had to disconnect for a moment.
You did. There were 2 abstentions in the Councillor Swanson vote, but everybody voted as on the screen.
My understanding was Councillor Swanson amending her own amendment. Is that not correct?
No, she had an amendment that was ruled out of order, and then she proposed, okay. Councillor Swanson proposed another amendment which passed with none in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's been a long day.
That's okay. We're not even halfway. Well, we're halfway done now. So, okay. So here comes the amendment, Council, and perhaps Councillor Hardwick, you can walk us through this. Now it's up on screen.
Terrific. Thank you. So my concern is that we need to direct staff to implement an interim rezoning policy with specific terms to be approved by council, as typically done during planning, in order not to preempt or divert the planning process with rezonings which set new directions or preclude options that could emerge during the process, including quick starts. I know that there's a lot of enthusiasm about quick starts. We have had interim rezoning policies around things like the Broadway plan, for example. But I think that there is a broad concern about spot rezonings in particular, that things that are moving on without having a real interim policy in place, and thus my amendment.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we have a seconder for that one?
Second.
Councillor Dejanova, we have a seconder. Okay, so if you'd like to speak to this, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, I don't see anybody in the queue, so I'm going to call a vote.
Sorry, Mayor, I was still reading through that, but if you've called the vote, I've
called the vote.
That's fair.
Okay, I mean the vote isn't on the screen, so I'm happy. Councillor Fry, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And through you, I'm wondering if I could ask from the city manager if this direction is clear. I'm quite confused by it. If we're implementing an interim rezoning policy, but in the terms of yet to be approved by council, I'm a little confused. How would you interpret this, city manager?
Go over to the city manager, and again, if you need to call on somebody else from your team, please go ahead. Oh, you might be on mute, City Manager. Did we lose you?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, that's okay.
Would you mind repeating the question, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I'm just, I was just reading this, a little confused around how this would even be interpreted if we're directing staff to implement a rezoning policy in the interim, and in specific terms that yet be approved by council. How do you interpret the implementation of this? Is this even feasible?
I'm not sure how feasible it is, to be honest. Maybe maybe I could ask Mr. Kelly to speak to it.
Sorry, happy to do that, Sadhu. Sorry, I was just trying to get off mute there. Well, it's very broad, so it's difficult to say exactly how it would be done. The interim rezoning policy would need to be done through a public hearing of its own, of course. We can't just institute it at a staff level, so we'd have to craft it, come back to council, and have that done through a public hearing. And so that would be one aspect of it. I would just note that most of the rezonings that occur, the great majority, are within plan areas that have a rezoning policy, and they conform to that, leaving the discretion for individual approvals up to council. There are exceptions to that. One is the MERP program, another is the Broadway Interim Rezoning Project, and those carry with it specific rezoning guidelines for council action, and again, great discretion. And the Broadway plan has an interim rezoning policy within it. So, again, I'm not sure the breadth intended here. There are relatively minor rezonings that come forward that conform to area plan goals. Are those meant to be stopped? So there'd be a fair amount of work to sort of interpret this, I guess I should say, and come back to council with something that could be enacted as a bylaw.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I think that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. And now we've got some more folks on the list. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Would this mean that if we wanted to put some new social housing someplace, and it required a rezoning, that we couldn't do it?
Who are you?
I guess that's a question to staff through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I mean, my interpretation is this would just be a general direction to go off and develop an interim rezoning policy that has no substance to it at the moment. So it could be a possibility, but we would have to approve that, although I'll send it to staff to see if they have any additional comments.
Mr. Kelly, anything you want to add?
No, I think, well, as it reads now, it's unclear whether we include all projects of all kinds. That would be something we'd have to come back to council with, what's in and what's out, because it's not clear from the language in the motion. But presumably, if it were blanket, all rezonings, then those would be included in that moratorium, if you will. You could also make exceptions. So it's just not clear from the wording here what the intent is with regard to social housing projects or other kinds of projects.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, it's not it's actually a usual practice to be put in place for all planning processes to avoid setting precedents before planning and to avoid land inflation, which is my key concern. And it still, as I said, allows for quick starts where suggested, where supported. And I don't think this is that complicated at all, or I wouldn't have put it forward. It seemed to me quite normal as a process historically for putting in place interim rezone while you're going through a major planning process. So I'm surprised that it's actually attracting as much debate as it is, given those circumstances. It would not require a public hearing in my experience in watching city processes through planning in the city over a long period of time. So, I think that we have to, I mean, if we're going through a plan, we are going through a city planning process, or we're not going through a city planning process. If we are going through the Vancouver plan, then having an interim rezoning policy in place seems, just a given to me. So again, I hope people would support and encourage staff to bring forward something. It should not be a lot of work. You're working on the framework for the Vancouver plan anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to add a few comments around this because from my perspective, I think I understand the intent around this, and it flows from, you'll recall recently that our own affordable housing choices interim rezoning policy recently expired, which is what motivated me to bring forward a motion around having some opportunities to have staff look at additional housing diversity and choices. And that policy was put in place by the previous city council to address the fact that they had a report from the Mayor's Task Force on Housing Affordability, and they wanted to take immediate steps for action, but wanted to do that within a policy framework. And so the direction at that time in 2012 was to develop an interim rezoning policy. So there could be consideration for quick actions, which is articulated there. And I think that's where the language is, not to preclude potential opportunities that present themselves from the consultation we get this fall. But it gives some clarity, transparency, and accountability around that urban planning. So, and I will not profess to be an expert, but that's certainly how I interpret it and understand it. And that we actually had a similar policy up until about a couple of months ago. So I think it's a reasonable action. Certainly, I would be open to, obviously, staff, we have professional staff that would look at that more closely. I don't think you should be looking at these, taking these motions or amendments verbatim. So I'm supportive of it and appreciate it being brought forward.
Thanks. And Councillor Boyle, I have a couple of questions. If you could take the chair, that would be great.
Yes, happy to, Mayor.
Thanks very much. I'll just start my clock. So these are points of information to the mover of the amendment, if you'll permit that.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick, so I'm just wondering, obviously there's something occurring right now that you're not in favor of, and I'm just thinking of the multiple rezonings that we've sat through over the last 2 years. I'm just wondering if you're envisioning that under this interim rezoning policy, some of those would not have come forward.
That's a question to the mover of the amendment. If Councillor Hardwick, if you choose to answer.
Yeah, sorry, I had my mute on. The intention, I mean, looking in the rear view mirror, I do think that we've moved forward precipitously on some files because I am concerned about the impact of inflationary land lift in a broad context. But I'm not being prescriptive intentionally here in suggesting an interim rezoning policy, which again, we should have an interim rezoning policy if we're in the interim while we're putting the Vancouver plan together. And so, but I'm trying deliberately not to be prescriptive, Mr. Mayor, in determining what would and would not qualify.
If I could ask another question to the mover of the amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks very much. So, Councillor Hardwick, presumably you're not going to, your intention is not to allow more rezonings. So, I guess we need you'll have some direction to staff as to what you're looking to pare down would be quite useful and also would help me inform my vote. So, for example, would you want to pause MERP rezoning applications?
Again, I am not being prescriptive. I'm I'm suggesting that on a case-by-case basis, things would move forward. That's why I included the quick starts in articulating this. But I am concerned that we not be taking on precipitous rezonings without consideration while we're going through the larger process.
If I could ask one more question, Chair Boyle, if possible. Great. So perhaps if you could provide an example as to what you think, we are asking staff to do a considerable amount of work with this, and the planning director has said that this would require a rezoning on its own, public hearing process on its own, do you have some examples of something that you would direct them to disallow, just to give some direction to staff, so this is worth their efforts?
Where we have, we've watched things morph on our affordable housing and rental files as we've gone from Rental 100 through to MERP, and we still are waiting for the full data sets from the Housing Vancouver strategy, which I believe we really need so that we can make more policy determinations. I'm concerned about pushing things through without having better data, better consideration about where we are coming out of COVID. There's a variety of different concerns, but they are largely around moving forward with pre-COVID policies in a post-COVID environment, which I think most certainly is contemplated in the idea that we have a recovery component to the Vancouver plan going forward.
Okay, thank you. I just have a minute left, Chair. So what I will say is I will not be supporting this. This is an amendment that, without any consultation with anybody, would apply to the entire city. It would throw into, I think, confusion folks that are trying to follow the rules that have been laid down by council in the middle of a COVID, emergency and economic recession. Our unemployment rate is at 12%, and construction is one of the only things that is really bubbling along. So I don't want to cause any confusion at all, and I'll be voting against this. Thanks very much. And if you don't mind, Chair Boyle, I'll take the chair back.
Go for it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Bear. I guess just a last comment around this. There's some confusion. Is that an interim rezoning policy is proposed, and obviously staff would report back on that. Wouldn't prevent applications for coming forward from rezonings coming to council from social housing going ahead for opportunities through the Vancouver plan to get reported out in Q2 2021 around quick start pilots or anything like that. So I think that it needs to be stated and just clarified that it just adds some clarity to the process, and like I said, very similar to what we had with the affordable housing interim policy, which was actually to enable housing.
Thanks so much. That's it for speakers. So we'll call a vote on this amendment. Councillor Bly, Boyle, Bly and Boyle. Okay, so that fails with Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Fry, Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Carr, and myself in opposition. Thank you very much. And now we're back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, you have 30 seconds left. Anything else? You might be on mute.
Sorry, no, I'll save my comments to the end.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I forwarded an amendment. Council, just to note for council that it was just recently I did my final amendment to try and make my amendment a little tighter in terms of language. So my amendment, if it's up on the screen, see it yet. Yes, is just want to make sure it's the right one. That is not the. Oh yes, okay. That council directs staff to enable Oregon. No, that's not the final amendment I sent. Sorry. If it could be the most recent one, which was sent at 3:56. Correct. And just while it's coming up, I'll speak to it. Sorry.
It's just coming up now. There we go.
Got it?
Yep.
Great. Okay. So it is a bit simpler of a version than the early ones I sent, but it's basically drawn from the statements made by staff being very supportive of council getting, well, not even just supportive, I would say enthusiastic about council becoming more engaged in this next phase of the city-wide plans engagement process. So it affirms that, asking staff to consider ways or forms to enable enhanced involvement and leadership of council in the Vancouver plan and citywide and neighborhood engagement, both of which are going on. But it's very focused on a number of issues specifically related to complete communities, which we've been told is going to be a theme for the fall. And could result in quick start actions or pilot projects. And I've noted a number of examples, the reallocation of 11% of our neighborhood streets for public uses, missing middle housing, opportunities to increase rental housing, corner grocery stores and food-friendly neighborhoods, community blue and greenways, and watershed revival, all of which have been items that have noted from us that they should be considered within the Vancouver plan, and all of which deal with really that sense of complete communities, especially in a time of COVID. So I'm hopeful that our engagement will be with the public will end up being a very, very productive, very robust and focused engagement that can lead to some really good outcomes in the end in terms of quick start actions and pilot projects. So real action as we plan.
Seconder.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm just going to move the queue over here. We have the amendment queue, if anybody would like to speak to this. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have a point of information on this one.
Okay.
Hoping to be able to ask staff. I mean, we've already all inputted and had several appointments with staff, and I feel that staff actually did a very thorough job of asking us how we would like to see them go out. Like, I had ideas this was pre-pandemic, but, at the library, kids could kind of color what they wanted to, you want to catch people at the grocery store because they might not have time to come to you. And I'm just, I'm wondering if this is already kind of being done. I appreciate, Councillor Carr's intent here, but I just need to know, is this already included? Because each and every one of these pieces, I kind of see, including some of the things here that I had suggested to staff, and and seeing staff already kind of move forward with a strategy on. Just wanted to know if that was something that staff are already doing, looking at forums and ways to engage with the public. And also, in pandemic, I would hate to ask people to go and find ways to, I get that it's not maybe in person at a grocery store, but I'm just a bit concerned considering the times right now. So can I ask that through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you could just maybe shorten the question just slightly.
Just are staff already doing this? That's my understanding, was that, I've actually asked Mr. Kelly myself, are staff, considering corner stores, grocery stores, and a number of other things in this, in this amendment. Thanks.
Okay, through the city manager, over to the city manager, are staff already doing this, I guess is the question.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd say maybe be most appropriate for Mr. Kelly to answer that question.
Okay, Mr.
Sure.
Kelly, go ahead.
Yep, happy to do that. Well, it is certainly in line with staff thinking, and of course, council members have been engaged at times along the way. I think we were really looking for just a kind of affirmation from council that you do want to, and you don't all have to be involved to the same degree. If it's you can sort of modulate your work and your workload. It would most likely be mostly virtual and not in person in the coming months in phase 2. And we certainly could take this guidance today from this motion and report back with specific opportunities and dates and roles maybe in some of those meetings and things like that. So in general, we think this is in line with what we've been thinking. And as you have said, Councillor DiGenova, things you've already offered to do or have done. So I think this is just an affirmation for phase 2 of continuing council involvement. And again, we can report back on particular points of engagement.
Well, I printed out the spreadsheet of all of the motions that staff currently are working on, the stuff that, you know, and I appreciate everything that's been completed. Actually, I'm impressed during times of pandemic. But I know that there's still a lot of work the council's given you to do, and just wanted to note that I appreciate this. I mean, affirmations, kind of, I'm wondering, are we going to be putting more things on there that we're kind of already doing? So I appreciate this. And I'll just leave my comments there, because it's not that I'm against this. I just don't know why we're, you know, in a meeting where we're trying to get to kind of a place. It's one of the reasons I didn't ask any questions earlier. I thought maybe we could move forward here, and I just appreciate that you're already doing that, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Just a quick amendment that I sent to add number 6, social housing. So we have kind of include everybody here.
One more time, Councillor Swanson.
I sent an amendment to add a number 6, social housing.
An amendment to the, okay, amendment to the amendment. All right,
yeah.
Thanks very much. And so that's up on the screen now. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second. Carr.
So Carr, thanks very much. We're on the amendment queue then, the amendment to the amendment queue. Anybody wish to speak to this? Okay, I don't see anybody to speak to it. Can we call a vote then, please? Yep, there we go. That's passed with none in opposition. So back to the main. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. I was trying to get on for the final. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So I don't see anybody else on the queue for this one, so we can call a vote on this amendment by the amended amendment by Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly, Kirby Young, DeGenova. Councillor Kirby Young. Okay, that's passed with none in opposition. Okie doke. We're back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, do you have anything else?
That's great, thank you.
Councillor DeGenova, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Nope, sorry, that's a holdover.
Okay, great. So, Council, I think we're at the end of the amendment. So, we're at the final stages. So, if anybody wants to speak to this, just want to make sure I've got this right. Clerks, I have Councillor Hardwick 438. I think that's because she spoke earlier through her amendment process. So she'd have a short.
That's correct.
Right. So you have 20 seconds, Councillor Hardwick.
I was just going to speak to the final motion and request that we sever.
Okay. You don't need time for that. So suggestions on severing, do you perhaps when we clerks can pull up the entire motion, and then we can look at the severing. Just gonna wait for the clerks to get it up on the screen. There we are. Okay, so that's up there. Just gonna make it. Clerks are just gonna fix up the font so everybody can see it. Anybody else want to speak this? If not, we'll move to the vote. And Councillor Hardwick, how did you want this severed? Is there a particular clause that you would like out, or is it letter by letter?
Yes, letter by letter, please.
Okay, so we'll have separate votes on all the letters, and let's start with A then, clerks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
could
go
we
ahead.
get a copy of the final, could we get this emailed to us?
Sure, that might take a minute. So clerks, just hold off on the vote for the moment, and let's make sure that we have it. Once you have an email copy, please let me know. Clerks, I'm also hoping that you can provide us an updated schedule of where we think the rest of our agenda. So this is only item 1 on the agenda. We have a lot more stuff that we have to do, including hearing from lots of the public. So I'm hoping that you can just, when you get a chance, perhaps over the dinner hour, to give us a sense of where, how we're going to tackle this.
Mr. Mayor, I also do have a motion ready to vary the agenda. Just let me know when that's appropriate. I thought you may prefer to vote on this first.
Yeah, so we're, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I see you on the list. Is this, I mean, we haven't called a vote yet if you wanted to speak to this motion.
No, it was just in response to you speaking about the agenda, and I was wondering at the right time if I can have a point of procedure to vary the agenda to see if we can deal with patios tomorrow and make sure we have sufficient time on tomorrow's committee agenda.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to have that discussion in a second. So, clerks, are you ready to go with, have you been able to email this out to Council?
Yes, the amended motion has been circulated, so we can go ahead with the voting, starting with A.
Okay, so Council, we're going to start with A, that you have, check your inboxes, the final email, the final motion is emailed there. So we'll start with A. Councillor Dominato, Kirby-Yung, and Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. My panel is reloading. If I could get a vote assist in favor.
Thanks very much. That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. We're going to move on to the vote. I'll just wait till the vote gets up on the screen. And then we're going to move on to the next vote, which will be on B. Councillor Dejanova, Weeb, Dominato. Councillor Dejanova?
Yes. Yep, in favor, please, Mr. Mayor.
In favor?
Sorry, it's still reloading.
Clerks, if you can mark that. Okay, thank you very much. Letter C. That would be our, once clerks have that vote up on the screen, we'll move to letter C.
Mayor Stewart, on the last vote for B, we should announce who was in opposition.
I'm sorry, you're right. Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Council. We're going to move to letter C. Council DeGenova and Councillor Hardwick. Sir DeGenova?
Hang on, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Yep. Sorry, I do have my panel up now. There we go.
Thanks. That's unanimous. Thanks very much. We're going to go on to D. That's highlighted on your.
Could we scroll up a bit?
Sure can. Get the clerks to scroll up if they could a little on the public screen. Thank you very much. There we go. D. Councillors Kirby-Young, Hardwick, and DeGenova. And that has passed with none in opposition. And we're on to the final vote, which is on E. Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor DeGenova. Great, that's passed with none in opposition. So thanks, Council. We've made it through the Vancouver Plan votes, and that item is complete. And whoa, that's a lot of folks.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Gotcha here. We got a bunch of people talking at once. I'm going to go to the city manager first, and then I'll.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We do have a presentation for the patio item, but we would be happy to skip the presentation if there's any desire just to get these approved. As I've indicated, the distillery and brewery permits expire tomorrow, so we're enthusiastic to get this approved as soon as possible. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We could post the presentation, the PowerPoint, online for those that are interested, and if council is prepared to move quickly on the actual reports, that would be kind of our recommendation.
Okay, just perhaps before we go to the Councillor DeGenova's point of procedure, clerks, my understanding is that it's you estimate it's about 4 hours to get through the various votes we need on the patio process.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And we do have speakers signed up for the patio items as well. So council could wish to waive the to hear from speakers. So that's counts as well.
Okay, so our options on that item are to waive hearing from speakers. Any estimate how far that would cut down the process if we did? Not to say and not suggesting, council, just want to get you information. Clerks, any?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's a little bit difficult to estimate. It really depends on how many questions council would have for staff on each item.
Gotcha.
Mr. Mayor, I'm on the queue for a point of procedure on this item. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm wondering if I could move to refer the patio item to the standing committee tomorrow and vary that so that it is the first item of business at tomorrow's meeting.
I'll second that, and then I have some further. I have a further motion after that, so we can deal with that first.
Okay. I've got a note from the clerks that we can do that. So.
I seconded that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, the motion on the floor. Council, once again, Councillor Kirby-Young, your motion is?
To refer the patio, the 3 patio items on the agenda to tomorrow's standing committee and vary the standing committee meeting agenda so that the patio items are the first orders of business.
Okay, so I have it seconded. So is there any, if there's any?
Call the question.
Okay, we may get through without having 2 votes, Councillor DeGenova. I'm just going
to. Sorry, I just saw the queue. I didn't see a new queue.
Yeah, I'm going to clear this queue once I kind of pull my screen up here. Oh, where did it go? Sorry, I seem to have lost my voting panel. There it is. Okay, I don't see. I'm going to clear this queue. Are there anybody that wants to talk to this? speak to this, please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue.
I'm on the queue.
You are on the queue. I don't see you on the queue. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
As an abundance of caution, I will be stepping away from this vote tomorrow, so I will be stepping away from the referral vote today.
Sure. Thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe. You don't have to get on the queue to do conflict of interest. You just call that out any time. Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll just do, I think, clerks with the yeas and nays on this one. Is that correct?
That will be fine.
Okay, thanks. All in favor of Councillor Kirby-Young's motion, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Great. So that's passed. The agenda is, that portion of the agenda is varied. Councillor DeGenova, you have a point of procedure as well.
I've just sent out a new updated one because I did have that in there, but I thought, instead of amending, let's go with what we had. So, motion to vary the agenda to introduce members' motions today. And it was upon completion of the van plan item. Please excuse that, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't sure where we'd be in this. If you could renumber them to, instead of 1, 3, and 4 to 1, 2, and 3, as I took out the patio item because we dealt with that. So it would be to introduce members' motions today, directly following this. Refer bylaws to the committee meeting following standing committee, and refer the remaining council items to October 21st.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's on the floor. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Hardwick.
Thank you. And if anybody wants to debate this, I'll just... Councillor Carr, did you want to debate this at all?
Sorry, no, I didn't. Nothing.
Councillor Wiebe? Got you on the queue here.
Does that mean we're going to listen to speakers to the member motions tomorrow?
That would be after we finish the patios debate, which could take quite a lot of time, and there are some other things. Clerk, perhaps you could remind us what else is on the agenda tomorrow?
Mayor Stewart, we currently have 5 items, I believe, on the agenda tomorrow, and the first item has a few speakers, which will probably take us a few hours in the morning, or I guess now it's the afternoon, now that we've varied the agenda. So likely we would hear from speakers to the motions in the evening.
And we might not get through them all, Councillor Wiebe, just because there's 10 of them. So any other debate or questions? Okay, we can just do yays and nays on this. So all in favor of this motion to vary the agenda, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Great, so that's passed. Thank you very much, Council. 4:36. So, clerks, can you just let me know where we are now? We are...
Mr. Mayor, the motion from Councillor DeGenova passed, so we would be dealing with the introduction of members' motion now.
Okay, great. Thanks. Do we do the leaves of absence too?
No, we can deal with that tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thanks. So the first motion is motion 2, prohibition of no pets clauses in rental contracts, which is moved by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson, put yourself on the queue here. So you have up to 2 minutes. 2 minutes to introduce this motion, and you'll have some questions after. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, this is a motion that came from the Renters Advisory Committee, and it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't involve any staff work, just mayor work, and so it's to try and get more pet-friendly rental buildings that people think it's really important. Maybe Pete wants to say something about it too. He has a pet.
Okay, great. Anything else, Councillor Swanson?
No, that's good.
Okay, a question to you from Councillor DeGenova, up to a minute. Please go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Oh, sorry. Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, I'm just wondering if you're aware that a councillor on the former council actually moved a motion that staff were working on that asked for these same outcomes.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, and have you asked staff, where they're at in this work, and is that reflected in your motion?
They just said that in the staff feedback, they talked about it.
Okay, so had they been working on it before that? I'm just curious to know. I looked at the staff feedback, but just wanting to know what this would help us to accomplish. I'm very supportive of pets, by the way, in all, I think that they're residents of Vancouver too.
Just 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Quick question, Councillor Swanson. Are you aware of the work they're doing? Maybe I can ask tomorrow through a point of information.
Yeah,
thanks.
We're done here
That's
at the minute. Okay, thanks very much. No other questions. So we, someone like to second this motion? I guess Councillor Fry.
Yes.
Okay, great. And so we've received the request to speak this motion. So if you'd like to hear
move to refer to committee tomorrow.
Great.
Mr.
We
Mayor?
have a seconder.
Second.
Right.
Yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That has been referred to the standing committee tomorrow. The next one, in motion 3, is a rent forgiveness program, moved by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Fry. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? You have up to 2 minutes to introduce this motion too.
So this is another one from the Renters Advisory Committee. They want the council to have the mayor advocate to the province for a rent forgiveness program for people who can't pay their full rent because of COVID. And they also wanted it noted that rent banks aren't really a solution for missed rent payments because you have to pay back the rent, and particularly if people have lost their jobs, they have a hard time doing that. So, yeah, this is just another one where the mayor writes a letter, and we're hoping that it will pass easily.
Thanks so much. Councillor DeGenova, you have questions? Up to a minute.
I do. Councillor Swanson, I noticed that you'd like there to be forgiveness of rent, but there was no talk of relief for homeowners. So, for instance, if there's a homeowner that's counting on that mortgage helper, would you expect that would be work staff's already doing? It's just if rent's being forgiven, do you expect it to be forgiven by the landlord? And if so, then how are they to pay their mortgage, especially if we're not talking about owning an entire building of rental condos or apartments?
Only about 6% of rental owners are the people that have mortgage helpers. And I would hope that if the province brought in a rent forgiveness program, that they could also work on something that would help people in that situation with their mortgages, something with the bank so that they could get a mortgage deferral and things like that.
Happy to second this if no one else is there on the queue.
Okay.
And happy to move referral to committee, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Do we have a seconder for that? Because we do have speakers.
Second.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, that has been moved to tomorrow's agenda. Motion 4 is assuring equity for speakers using translation, moved by Councillor Swanson again. And Councillor Swanson, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this.
Yeah, this is something that I think should have been done years ago, actually. It's just a very simple change to the procedure bylaw to ensure that people who need translation get the same amount of time to speak as people that don't need translation by by increasing their speaking time to 10 minutes. It's something that people that I've worked with in the Chinese community have asked for a long time, and I think it's time that they get it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to a minute.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, one question. I think this is important. I'm wondering if you have inquired with staff whether our long-awaited new technology system would provide the ability for simultaneous translation or other tech solutions to this.
I haven't, but if it would, that would be good.
Okay, I'm just asking the question in terms of if you would view this as an interim measure if we can get to a technology solution as a better option.
Sure, it would be easy to re-amend if we had a different solution.
Okay, thank you.
or some people might feel more comfortable just having a friend there or a relative there translating for them, so that should be an option.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Thanks. We don't have any other questions.
Second.
Great. Thanks very much.
Move to committee tomorrow, Mr. Mayor. No surprise.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, that has passed. Thanks very much, Council. So that'll be heard tomorrow. Now we have motion 5, calling on the federal and provincial governments to make Emancipation Day an official holiday, moved by Councillor Swanson. So Councillor Swanson.
So this is another one that doesn't require work of anyone except the mayor. You're going to be mad at me, but it was brought to my attention by a young student who really wants to be an ally and attack racism, and it's basically an education thing so that people will understand about slavery in Canada and how bad it was, and that we can work to, get at the systemic racism that still exists. So it's just a call for Emancipation Day to become a holiday.
Okay. Thank you very much. Question from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, question around the language here, and you're asking for it to be recognized as a holiday. Do you mean a stat holiday? Because when I reviewed the national movement, the language in that was for designating August 1st of every year as Emancipation Day in Canada, and it was a designation, but it's not calling for statutory holiday. So can you clarify?
Yeah, I left it vague so that the people that actually do it it seems like it'll have a better chance of getting accepted as a holiday if the people who actually enact it can say it's just a holiday or say it's a statutory holiday.
Had you considered that we have a statutory holiday within a couple of days at that time of year already?
Yeah, so it'd be, but if in BC we do August 1st or BC Day, so what if we made it Emancipation Day? That wouldn't be bad. It would have a real meaning then.
Thanks very much. We're at the minute.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I jumped the gun. I was on to, unless I'm going to offend Councillor Swanson, to second it and to refer it to tomorrow's committee meeting.
No, I think that's okay. That's seconded. So do we have a?
I just referred it also to tomorrow's committee meeting.
Do we have a seconder for the referral?
Right.
Thanks very much. All those in favor referring saying yay.
Yay.
Okay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks. That has been referred. We're on to the next item, which is motion 6, endorsement of the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and we've got Councillor Carr to introduce that one.
Great.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The endorsement of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is a new initiative globally, based on the fact that that the current global emissions are well above 120% above what is needed that's by 2030, what is needed to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. And just to note for Council that the fossil fuel industry is also currently claiming over 50% of COVID recovery funding from senior governments, and we could definitely use that money in other ways. The point of this is a new treaty that is a new global initiative, very similar to the nuclear disarmament work that happened decades ago. It does not require work of staff other than the mayor writing some letters. However, right now this is an initiative that has not got any cities yet endorsing it, but many cities who are actively pursuing endorsement. So we could end up becoming the first city to do this, and followed by many others. This motion has been reviewed by staff, who have commented that it is complementary to our climate emergency work. Because as we reduce our own emissions, it's important to not have that work offset by the proliferation of more fossil fuels, which generates emissions that more than that are more than our own reduction. So it is, as I say, complementary to our own work.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions for this. So.
Be happy to second, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Move referral to committee tomorrow.
Okay.
DeGenova.
Thanks very much. A seconder?
Boyle.
Thank you. All those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks. That's been moved over. Next is the closer look at tiny homes by Councillor Fry. Up to 2 minutes, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so of course, Councillor Swanson had added an amendment to the Mayor's emergency motion a couple of weeks ago to look at tiny homes. And we got a report back that that tiny homes for, in this case, for the purpose of sheltering folks who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, wasn't really viable under our current building bylaws or zoning policies. Many years ago in 2014, I went down to Portland to look at tiny homes as a matter of policy platforms we're working on with the Green Party. And I attended a number of different kind of tiny homes, including workforce housing, Airbnb housing, and of course Dignity Village, which was a really fantastic tiny home village for folks at risk of homelessness. Recognizing that we don't have any considerations within our current building bylaw or zoning policies, this is really directing staff, hopefully, to take a look at what we might need to do in order to enable tiny homes, mobile tiny homes, or tiny shelters to address sort of and include in our housing continuum. So that should we choose to go there, we have the tools at our disposal to do that.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Second, Bly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to go questions first. Any questions on this one? I don't see any questions, so a seconder, Councillor Bly. Someone want to move the referral?
So moved. Councillor DeGenova.
Seconder?
Second.
Okay, I'm not sure who that was. Sorry,
Domino.
Councillor Domino, thanks very much. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks. That's moved. Motion 8 is improving the circularity of Vancouver's economy. Councillor Weeb.
So this motion is building on Council's direction to really make a paradigm shift in the way we support business in Vancouver, and especially the economy. As we kind of look at COVID recovery and the green and just economy, we have hundreds of businesses in the city of Vancouver that are working and building clusters in this new and emerging economy that's continuing to grow around the world. Metro Vancouver just did an amazing report talking about increasing circularity. We're seeing this kind of grow, as well as BC's been doing tons of reports and efforts to support the businesses in Vancouver to include and increase their circularity. So this motion really talks about how the city of Vancouver can ensure that we are creating metrics to look at how our circularity is going to be improving and how we can continue as we move forward to support these businesses to grow and really build on this economy. And I look forward to a lot of the speakers that are going to represent these industries. And so I would like to move this forward because I think it's really important.
Thanks very much. Do we have any questions? Nope. Okay. We need a seconder.
Second, Councillor
Kirby-Young.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, referral.
Move referral. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, seconder.
Bly.
Bly. Thank you, Councillor Bly. All in favor? Say
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, that's moved. Thanks very much. Motion 9 is sustaining public safety as a core service. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I suppose we're all introducing our motions right now, so I will do that, but I will try and be very brief. And Council, I'll try and make the rest of my comments in my remarks because I'll have to sign off almost right after this to get my daughter from childcare. So I just wanted to in introducing this motion, there has certainly been a perception, and Council has all received communication, correspondence, a number of emails about public safety concerns from residents, and I want to say it's citywide. There's very specific areas in Vancouver where perhaps we've seen an increase in that, and information that's been shared with Council and that permission was given to us to use quite recently was showed that there was actually a perception that, I mean, this is the Vancouver Police Department information that was shared with Council, so they'd have to speak to it. But 41% of people in our city believe that they've seen an increase in, violent crime and street disorder. So this is about making sure that we as council hear from people, that we look at how we can best serve people within the construct of the 4 pillars approach. And I just want to be very clear that public safety is for everyone. And, those who often are the victims of violent crime are those who are underhoused, who are homeless, and vulnerable and marginalized people in our city. And I think that we have to do better for all of our residents, including those who don't have homes. So I just wanted to, and it's very clear in the motion what I'm asking for. I won't belabor that. I instead will take some time tomorrow, perhaps, to speak to that if we get to it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Question from Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, have you thought of how to keep this from becoming a venue of spewing hate and discrimination at people who use drugs and people who are homeless?
Have I thought about that, Councillor Swanson? I mean, what I've thought very high level, and I tried to articulate in the motion, was specific consideration to improve public safety for vulnerable and marginalized people in Vancouver. So I did think about that, Councillor Swanson. It was something that made me pause, and it's one of the reasons that I hadn't brought it forward sooner, because I think that we all have. It's upon us all. It's a responsibility of all of us, not just for our own public safety, but for other people, especially people who often might be marginalized, vulnerable, and not have the advantages of others.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, just 1 minute.
Thanks. I note the amount of staff time that this would likely take up in the immediate future, and I'm curious to hear how you would weigh the value and risks of a public forum like this versus that staff time being focused on the types of solutions that I think we know clearly we need to be moving forward on.
Councillor Boyle, thanks for the question, because really I think that, to alleviate some of the fear and the stigma that we see, just to Councillor Swanson's question, we need to hear from people, and they need to hear from their elected officials. The buck stops with us. They elected us, and it is a core service and our mandate to move forward with. So I think that it is important. And to your question, what's more important than this? Well, I suppose there's always the risk of what violent crime brings, and the fact that, with that has come homicide in our city, and really protecting people's lives. I mean, what more? I personally think that's a top priority that we should be considering and focused on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Do we have a seconder for this?
Ruby Young, I'll second it.
Thanks. Do
Move
we have
to
speakers?
referral to committee tomorrow, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder?
Second.
Thanks very much. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that's passed.
And point of privilege, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to be marked absent, so I'm going to have to leave the meeting right now.
Okay, Council. I do have, we've got 3 minutes left, so I do need a motion to extend, both to, so I can introduce my motion, but also we haven't dealt with the referral port number 5 that was held by Councillor Hardwick, and that would be our only piece of business left to finish. So if I could have a motion to extend to deal with both of those items.
Motion to extend to deal with those items.
Thank you. Seconder?
Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks very much. So, Councillor Boyle, if you just want to take the chair while I introduce my motion, I'll just be really brief.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks very much. This is a motion taking action against rent evictions. Really, it's a two-parter. The first one is that we would go back to the new provincial government and again reiterate our desire for the province to take control of this and to do something about rent evictions in the city. However, failing that, staff would come back to us by exploring. The New West system has survived a court challenge now, and so it's really worth considering. So that's what that motion would do, is that failing action by the province, that we would look into council making a decision about how we could tighten up our rent eviction laws. So that's the nature of this motion.
Thank you. And Councillor, are there any questions for Mayor Stewart on this motion?
Seconder.
Okay, great. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Weed. We've received requests to speak to this motion. If Councillor would like to hear the speakers, Can we refer the motion
Move to refer, Fry.
Thank you, Fry, and second, thank you, Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, all of those in favor say yay.
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 And all of those opposed say nay. The motion is now referred to the standing committee meeting tomorrow, and Mayor Stewart, you can resume the chair.
Okay, thanks so much. So the last item of business before we break is the item number 5, which is the referral for West Broadway. And Councillor Hardwick, you held that. So do you have questions to staff?
Point of procedure. Did we?
Councillor Kirby-Young?
That's a clarification point of procedure. Do we not do notice of council member motions? I thought it was that was not part of the referral earlier today. Can you clarify, please?
Yeah, we've just had a motion to extend past 5 o'clock to deal with this last item, and at this point, there are no notice of council motions. Clerks, can you just let us know when that would happen?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we would be dealing with that on October 21st.
Right.
Unless we have
That's the motion to deal with that today.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to move to deal with the notice of council member motions today, because we haven't determined that as a body. And I think I heard Councillor Wiebe.
I'm going to have to check with the clerks about that. Just one second, folks. I'll be right back to you in terms of just procedural question.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, so I need a motion that we would extend to hear the notices of motion.
Move to extend to hear notices of motion.
Okay, thank you. Seconder?
Second. Matter.
Councillor Wiebe, I heard. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, opposed say nay. Thanks so much. So we've extended. So first we have the referral report held by Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, do you have questions to staff?
Yes, thank you. We've received a ton of correspondence from the community about this pending referral report, and a lot of the questions, again, we've gone over a lot of this before, the appropriateness of doing this in the way that we are online, and people not being able to participate fully. Although I've also heard from the people in the area that they are concerned about the process as has been undertaken thus far. So the question is back, does staff believe this has been fully addressed? Is this proposal really ready to move forward? And have they considered all of the feedback that we've received? And I know that council's received a lot of feedback about this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, thanks. My understanding is the answer to that is absolutely yes. But maybe I'll ask Ms. O'Donnell of the Planning Department to elaborate.
Yes, thank you, Council. Thank you, Sadu. Yes, I have taken a look at this. This item is in order. I did review just this afternoon, as Council mentioned, the process and the public input that we've received today. The application is in order. It did follow the proper procedure, and it does comply with the MERT policy. So staff recommends moving forward on this application tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Partially, and as a corollary of this, is neighborliness still a criteria on which we evaluate projects?
Thank you, Councilor, for the question. It's my understanding the referral is not the time to debate the merits of the application. We can certainly make sure that we address your concern very thoroughly in the staff presentation, but I would...
wasn't
that
the
we have
question.
a very robust staff report that does address performance development?
I asked very specifically about the criterion for neighborliness in evaluation.
Right. So, Councillor Harvick, this is just to refer it to the public hearing. So if you think that the neighborliness is some reason why we shouldn't refer it to public hearing, is that?
Well, I just wanted to confirm that it had been a factor in determining the referral.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, just to remind council, and we've been through this before, but we really want to give the public who want to speak to the report an opportunity to hear the debate regarding the report and the criteria for which staff have used to bring a report forward. So we really recommend, out of abundance of transparency to enable the public to participate, to bring those questions forward at the public hearing.
Okay. Again, it was a general question, but I'll leave it at there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Can we have somebody move the report, please? The referral?
Fry.
Okay. Thanks for Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favor of sending this to public hearing, please say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we'll have to call a vote on that one, clerk. So if you could queue up just any time we have a nay, we need to have a recorded vote. So if you're in favor of sending this to public hearing, please indicate by saying you're in favor. If you're opposed, please say you're in opposition. Just looking for Councillor Dominato and Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato, need a vote assist? Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato? Clerks, do you see Councillor Dominato on the screen? If not, we're going to have to pause the voting process.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, my computer's just cutting out. Are you doing a recorded vote?
Yes, we are, because there was a nay on the yeas and nays.
Oh, I'm in favor. I'll sorry.
Okay, thanks very much. And that's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thanks so much. Okay, and now that's done, clerks, and now we're going to move over to the council's notice of motion. So if you want to put yourself on the queue, just again make sure that you send in your title to the clerks. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have one notice of motion entitled Mandatory Mask Policy at Vancouver Civic Facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a motion with Councillor Swanson entitled Strengthening Protection for Renters from Dem Eviction.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
I have one, Engaging Neighborhoods in the Vancouver Plan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Replacing gendered and patriarchal language in the Vancouver Charter.
Okay. Thanks very much, Council. That is it for the list of introducing motions. Clerks, I think we need a recess now. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We will recess until Tuesday, October 13 at 9:30.
Okay, thanks. And Councillor Harvick, if you could just send in the title of your motion to the clerk, that would be great. Everybody else has sent theirs in. Great. So motion to recess.
So move. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Seconder. Okay. Councillor Dominato, thank you. All in favor?
Aye. Yay. Yay.
Opposed? Nay. Great. So we're recessed. Thank you very much, Council. There's a lot going on today, and we'll see you back at 6 o'clock for the public hearing, which is about 55 minutes. Okay. Thanks very much.
I think that was Wayne Forge, if I have the last name correct. If you want to do a sound test, we could do that. Go ahead.
I'd just like to, you're right, it is Wayne. The last name was close enough, and I'd just like to make certain that you can hear me.
Yes, you can be heard. You might want to speak directly into your microphone, slightly muffled.
Okay, I'm not really sure where it is on this machine.
Okay.
I will talk louder. How about that?
That's a little bit better. Yep.
I'll find my microphone and maybe I won't have to talk.
You're just going to need to you're going to need to make sure you're speaking directly into your microphone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Paul McDonald from Development Planning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Paul.
Thank you.
Paul McDonald. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks.
James Todd here, just checking as well.
Hi, James. Yes, this is Tina in the chamber. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Div. Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the
Hello, Mayor Stewart. It's Tina Penny here.
Hi, check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. Okay, are you good with your panel still?
I'm just checking now, but I think I should be. Yeah, it's still up and running. Oh,
Perfect.
wait.
Okay.
No, wait a second. It looks like it's changed. 1 second here. I'm going to try the Creston. I'll get back to you if it isn't.
The volume is a little bit low. You look like you're speaking right into your mic. It could be the chamber.
Yeah, and the Creston thing isn't coming up.
It's not? Okay,
no,
Norman is here.
Great, okay.
Norman is here from IT. I'll have him remote in.
Thanks very much.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, this is Tina in the chamber. I can see Councillor Boyle. Would you like to do a sound check, Councillor Boyle? Councillor Boyle, can you hear me? This is Tina in the chamber.
Welcome to TELUS Cloud Conferencing. Enter your access code or meeting number. Enter your attendee ID number, followed